Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase price for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Coming up on KCBS.
I'm David Welch in San Francisco. Summer road trip season is here, and AAA says what you do before you leave the driveway could make or break your trip.
Hey, sports, UCLA atop the pyramid of women's college basketball, 79-51, an utter rout of the South Carolina Gamecocks, and this is the first
rout of the Gamecocks, baby.
It's also the first time a
Gamecocks
Big Ten team has won the women's crown since Purdue all the way back in 1999.
Gamecocks, baby.
Congratulations to the Bruins. For more sports here,
Ronnie, it's all about the Gamecocks, bro.
International tournament, a chance any fan would be happy to attend as they root for their
all
home
about
country
the
with
Gamecocks.
pride. But can fans even get in the door?
They won't be able to go. This is an increasingly expensive World Cup, and the fact that now the biggest game in the world is going to cost so much for tickets.
Courtesy of Sky Sports News, tickets for the World
all
Cup
about it. It's too bright. I can't see the side chat. I saw Ronnie when I first came on. What's going on, everybody?
And once more on April 1st. Fans
Give you a blanket. Hello.
FIFA over the prices, but the organization doubled down. From October to April, the prices have jumped on average 34%, which says a lot considering the first round had some upper deck tickets costing close to $3,000, easily becoming one of the most expensive World Cup tournaments ever. So if you want a ticket to the World Cup match final, you'll have to fork out almost $11,000. At the sports desk,
$11,000. Can you imagine that bullshit? $11,000 to see the boys kick a ball around the field.
Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you.
Yeah, hit that thumbs up button. Happy Easter, everybody. $11,000 to see the boys kicking a ball around. Have we lost our minds or what? I mean, you gotta be shitting me. I mean, you gotta be joking. $11,000 for 60 minutes of bullshit fun. Oh man, you don't think sports is elitist now? Come on. Yeah, it's like pillage and rape, boys. Get what you can get. Get what you can get. Our love is alive. And so it begins. Foolishly laying our cards on the table, stumbling in. Whatever you do, wherever you go. Oh, man. I don't know. We'll have a gas check in a bit, I guess. It's like $6 or something here. I don't know. Everybody can afford that, right? Who doesn't like a jiggly girl? Who doesn't like a jiggly girl? Let's hit that thumbs up, guys. It is Easter. Throw me a bone. Throw me a bone, because our love is alive. And so it begins. Foolishly laying our cards on the table, stumbling in. Oh boy. Easter. This first Easter I've just been in. I haven't done anything. I don't know, where in the hell was I last year? I don't know. It's kind of a weird one for me, but glorious low-key when I had a wonderful Easter Vigil service last night. See everybody, please take a second to like up the stream. It is Easter, which means we're only about 200 some days from Christmas and 100 some days from Halloween. In the land of oil here. I was walking with authority there. I like that. That dude, woo, almost got a squirrel. Woo, I could almost felt that head pop underneath of the rubber tire. Ooh, that squirrel was lucky, man. That little Rocky and Bullwinkle, that little Rocky was, yeah, man, he was lucky. Could have popped that little head under the tire right there. Not a great way to do Easter, to waste some poor animal that's slobbing along the road like that. You know? Who could hold me accountable? Beautiful, sunny, 83 degree Santa Rosa day. We're still delivering on Easter. Now, because you're an independent contractor, you don't get overtime pay. You're just out there, baby. That's your thing. You get your 1099 and you go around sucking some eggs, and that's the way it is. That is the way it is. That is the way it is as we go through the S-curve of doom. And here we go. I got the windows down. We're going to have a small but glorious crowd tonight. I don't know what I'm going to have for dinner. Hell, it might be a liquid dinner tonight, Ronnie. It's Easter, you know. I've already knocked off a quarter in a damn coconut cake. I'm gonna cut the rest and freeze it tonight. Man, that was good. Whoa, that was good. If you weren't with us Friday nights, we cranked out that coconut cake. Our annual, just fantastic. Just fantastic. Nice and M-O-I-S-T. Not some dry ass cake. Of course, it had sour cream in it. It had coconut milk in it. It had a crap load of coconuts. Coconut extract, so I was in coconut overload heaven here. Coconut overload, a place called Cocoa Nuts. There's a place called Cocoa Nuts. Everybody do make a cake down in Cocoa Nuts, Bermuda, Jamaica. Let's steal a flamingo from the Flamingo Casino Hotel and take it up to our hotel room and abuse it. What a world we live in, ladies and gentlemen. World. It's like the Wicked Witch of the West said at that last moment when Dorothy poured that bucket of water. Oh, the world, the world. What a world, what a world. Who would ever thought a pretty little girl like you could ruin my wickedness? Yeah, whatever. Tell the Wicked Witch to go suck an egg. I do remember it was a little bit frightful when she made her first appearance when I was a kid watching. Yeah, what didn't prepare me for that crap? Let me tell you. The green was like really over the top, right? All right, let's not kill anybody walking on the parking lot here. We're gonna pop this baby right in. How are we looking? We're looking fantastic here. All right. We've got Cheryl Munoz here today. How are you, Cheryl? Trying to get my thing all set here. My discombobulator. Thank God we didn't run over that squirrel. I'm telling you what, if I'd run over that squirrel, Cheryl, I would get a volume of hate mail. Ooh, whoa, they're gonna say, oh, and then you talked about how you felt its head pop under your tire. You know, as if we needed all these descriptors. Okay, so sue me. All right. It's funny, I don't probably have less grass pollen allergy, but now more tree pollen. You just can't make a go of it. Who in the hell knows? All right. Perfect now. Good thing. Yeah, well, you know, how you doing? Icy Alaska, happy Easter to you. There's a wonderful Mark Handler, happy Easter. Dr. Frankenstein, what's going on? Let's see, and anybody else, of course, Ronnie, anybody else I might have missed. Man, we got Sunny Fields, Rhett's mom, how are you? GTB, it is crazy. It's around 4 here. You must be in mountain zone. Can they remove Trump now? Whew. Couple more days like today, a couple more tweets like that, and that'll be like, oh, man. Just want to say happy Easter. Hey Lisa, how are you? Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Happy Easter, everybody. It seems to me, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, it seems like every Easter I was doing something. It's just like I'm at home today and I'm just relaxing. I mean, Wednesday we're going to try to take Bobby. We're going to pick up Bobby. We're going to try to go down to the Boston Janet's for prime rib down there, but it feels strange. It feels really strange. I hit a bridge to avoid, hey Buttercup baby, to avoid hitting a squirrel one time. Well look, let me tell you, Buttercup baby, I could have felt that head pop under my tire, and then you would have had the inevitable squish as all the guts come screaming out of its arse. I shouldn't laugh, out of its butthole and other assorted orifices. So I'm so glad that didn't happen. I'm so glad that didn't happen. You know, I can sleep tonight. I don't know why they don't make little small cars anymore, like on the scale of the original RAV4 with the tire on the back. I don't know why. We can't have a new Toyota FJ. I don't know. Everybody's always got to mess around with it. You're wrong for that. I know, Jessica. What am I gonna do? I feel like crap. I mean, if I smile about it, you know, we should be able to laugh because the squirrel lived in another day to do more stupid shit and run across the street. Eventually, I'll see that squirrel popped on the street there, but I won't be the popper. the one that knocked it out. So yeah, I hope everybody's having a wonderful Easter. Last night I really enjoyed Holy Week services, and last night was wonderful. It's a long one, you know, it's 2.5, 3 hours, but it was a wonderful, wonderful time. Capping off the season. I'm now in the octave of Easter, which means that this Friday I can enjoy all the meat I can push down my gob, and that is a beautiful thing, because it's a time of joy and it's a time of celebration here, and that's the main thing. Happy Easter, Naomi. What's going on, babe? James Worley said he misses you badly. Nobody's ever heard of the guy, Lamp, so nobody gives a damn who you're talking about. So now I just get to chill out tonight and take it easy. Yeah, I'm going to have a couple of Easter drinks. My daughter's down in Vegas having the time of her life, sending me all of her pictures from her buffet. I don't know where in the hell she went. I'm not sure. It wasn't the Wynn. It was another. It wasn't the Bacchanal. I don't know. She went to some kind of buffet down there. And I just saw those oysters on the half shell, and ooh, all those good stuff. And then I'm sucking eggs. No congregation, our general conference in my religion. Well, shit, today. It's Easter. You drink for Easter. Yes, you do. You drink and you celebrate. That's right. The season of Lent is behind us now, and it's time to roll forward in ordinary time. As you saw the video I put up yesterday, the garden is planted. I still got a lot of, I put down 12 tomato plants and I don't know how many, maybe 80 onions, 70 onions, 80 onions, something like that. So I still got room in the planter boxes. I'm trying to put the cat litter box out now so the cat's in that instead of digging up the garden and all that. So we'll see. There's only 4 that really hang around. The rest of them take off. You don't really see them except when the dinner bell is being rung down. Yeah, the Rancho's doing pretty good, Doctor. I might go, I don't know what else to plant. I don't want to plant carrots. I guess I could put down carrots. I don't know. I don't really feel like that. Just on the, you know, I don't eat enough eggplants. I'm really not hep on cucumbers. There's really, you know, I don't really feel like growing peas or beans or all that crap. Asparagus is a multi-year product. What's going on, Tony? Happy Easter to you. Let's get that thumbs up button going, guys. The thumbs up are appreciated. World events spin on regardless of what day it is. We'll be tearing that into that a little bit. I got a ton of mail over the last 2 days. And honestly, I don't have an answer. I don't have, you know, it's a new world for me. I mean, I'm kind of old school. I'm not used to seeing the tweets that I woke up today from the president and stuff. It was like a bird of a different feather for me. But I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying, you know, I hope. I guess we all hope that you know, stuff will as Sergeant Ermy would say, would unfuck itself this week. Green peppers freeze well. Yeah, I just don't like the taste of peppers. I don't enjoy them that much. They take too long to grow. You know, so I guess the answer is you just don't grow any, you know, why should you overproduce something? I quit worrying about the world corruption. Tony, I just started talking about it and people are digging it on the channel. which has been very gratifying to me. Meanwhile, other things are still going on. I'm still moving ahead with stuff. I mean, I'm looking around the Rancho now, Tony, and I know you have very limited sight and probably can't see it real well, but things are looking really good on the Rancho, to the point. All we have to do is set up. I'm getting some ideas for putting the watering system up for the vegetables and fruit, the tomato trees, tomato plants. So I worry about everything, Tony. But I don't think that there'll be really widespread too much panic unless we crest over $120 a barrel for oil. And then I think we'll see some people start to get in their feelers a little bit about life in general. And already you can see that airfares have gone up, baggage fees for airlines have gone up. Amazon is putting a surtax on their sellers. There's a lot of stuff that's coming down the pike. Award-winning meatloaf. That sounds pretty good. Yeah, happy Easter, Delbert and Bill. How are you? I'm gonna have to check. Yeah, these trees are. It's funny. You work to kick one allergy and then another one kicks in, tree pollen here. But this tree pollen's not nearly as bad as the grass allergy does. So believe it or not, we're just about to turn our attention to the. We got a couple repair projects to do. The generator went down. We got a video on that coming up. You saw the lawnmower and what a cluster F that was on that. So I got to spend a little more time on that, finish up that job and get paid for that job I was doing last week. And then we have to turn our attention to cleaning up the Shine Shack and getting that in tip-top shape, which means we're going to fresh it, fill some problems in the walls, and do a little work in the bathroom, get her all cleaned up, and then it's going to be a beautiful little place for visitors to come. I would like to put a Murphy bed in there. That's one of those beds that folds down from the wall. Get one on how did they get 1.5? How does who get 1.5? Hey Trixie. Tuesday Iran will be in hell. We're not really sure that, there's a chance that Iran could say, all right, we're going to sacrifice ourselves for the world. We're going to open the straits, and that's it. You call off your dogs, it's over, or whatever. There's a chance that could happen. Make sure the bed isn't too comfortable in the shine. Visitors might never leave. Trixie, I'm so happy he purged all the jobs early last year. Who's that, GTB? What jobs are we talking about purging? No, I remain very hopeful because it's in nobody's. Who's going to be served by blowing the hell by just taking that fatal step, and then you pitch the world into an agonizing future. I mean, who wants to have their name attached to that? Right, you got three or four principal players: Netanyahu, Trump, and then whoever the dictator of the hour is over in Iran. Yeah, their names will be forever associated. And let's also face it, like I said too, that the Gulf nations have been very kind in holding back all of their military might, but If it's gonna be a shit show, they're gonna want to be a part of the turkey shoot. You know, they're gonna want to be a part of shooting fish in a barrel here. They're not gonna be denied that pleasure. Let's get those thumbs up going. Elon, yeah, what kind of jobs do you think I care if the development agency loses, or NPR, or the other one is GTB? What do I care about that? Why should my government be funding that crap? It should just be collecting taxes, providing for the common defense, and that's about it. I don't believe all these zillions of shitty little make-work things provide any benefit to this economy except to make jobs for people. All these NGOs, these crazy-ass NGOs running around and all that stuff. And take the oil. I don't believe that the Iranians will just allow a taking of the oil. I believe they'll destroy it before it falls into these, what they perceive as these dirty Western hands. You know, that's a very strong country of fanaticism and Islamic fanaticism, and they would just see themselves as martyrs. They would, would they really care? Just scream it out, Allah snack bar, and then, press the button and it's over. They wouldn't be the first ones. I recall some boys got onto planes in 9/11, 2001. Some of you might not have been born, but I remember that day. I sure remember that day of hopping on planes and doing the nasty thing. Why? Because of hatred for the West. When their hatred should have been directed against their own royal family in Saudi Arabia and all the way they live over there. So that was a colossal mistake they made, was misdirection of wrath. And then it's been nothing but a shit show ever since in the Middle East, and it'll never get better over there, guys. It'll never get better. Israel never expected that they would be up to their ass in alligators, and well, where are they? They're up to their ass in alligators right now. A population of 10 million people. War industries being hit, all kinds of shit being hit. It ain't no Sunday school picnic over there, boys. Nobody's ever beaten Persia. Persia lost 70. If you ever read the book of Esther in the Bible, they got the hell beaten out of them. 75,000 killed. Persia's lost plenty of times. They fell to the Greeks. There's nothing special about Persia. They just happen to be at the crossroads of the the Silk Road and the spice trade. That's all. That's the only thing that put them in the proper position, was where they're located. Yeah, Xerxes got beaten so bad, the Phoenicians on the ships, that he had all of his troops take out their swords and beat the water in payback, to punish the water. Reading some fake history. Yeah, I don't know where these people get these. I don't know where they get these ideas. Persia got its ass kicked plenty of times in history. They were not true. They weren't Ottomans. They were Persians. Persia has been conquered back and forth. It's always been conquered back and forth for decades. Why? Because it's a bridge between the Orient and the Middle East. It's the Far East and the Middle and the East. And that's put it in a difficult position a lot of times. But there's nothing special about Persia. They see themselves as the cultural center of the Middle East, which they very well could be. Some countries might dispute it, but yeah, they have a very deep culture that's been well preserved. I mean, Egypt believes itself to be the cultural epicenter of the Middle East. Bridges are being blown up. To me, the real tragedy is unfolding in Lebanon. That's the real tragedy, and now they just see exactly what I said would happen 2 weeks ago, that the Hezbollah forces would just melt in a northerly direction and leave Israel just chasing a ghost, a phantom over there. And they just pull back their shit and just unleash the rockets. That's it. That's it. And yeah, the Israelis have really been degraded on the home front. You hardly get any warning when the siren goes off to get to your shelter. And, you know, to be honest, there's a lot of people that would cheer to see Israel wiped off the map. I don't know. I'm not personally one of them. I mean, I'm not into death and destruction. But if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Why they are leaving now. Why they are leaving. I'm not sure what that even means, GTB. Why they are leaving now. How you doing, Open Road? I don't know. You run around shouting death to America, death to Israel enough years, maybe death comes to your door, right? Maybe that's your FTD singing bouquet telegram. Your floral bouquet comes to your door. When will it end? When will it end, Rosie? It'll end when, you know, when there two things will happen. Two things will happen. Either the regime will melt away, and a lot of the current leadership will seek asylum. I don't know where, in Russia or something like that. They could push the button and then just flee in the middle of the night and end up on TV in Moscow a week later or something like that. And people hit the streets, they're cheering, the new regime comes in, and then, you know, after a year or two, like Iraq, maybe things normalize over there or whatever. Gonna be a hell of a traffic jam. Hey, Javid. On the other hand, they could just go down with the ship and say, we're supposed to martyr ourselves for Allah. And let's all join hands over the big button. 3, 2, 1, break. And then just let her rip. I can already tell that they're very itchy to take out Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates. Ooh, I know they're itchy. And they look at Saudi Arabia and they look at that fat prize over there, and I know, they're thinking. I know it. What's up, who's that, Envision now? They're going to deport 2 of, yeah, public. Well, one of the conditions of having a stay of in the nation is that you abide by, you're not allowed, you're not a United States citizen, so you don't have the rights of people that are born or naturalized here to speak out. I have no idea what they were associated with, but even if it's a mistake, shit, it's wartime. Stuff happens. Rosa, you know me. Rita's, how are you? Nice to see you. You keep changing your name all the time, which I have no idea. I hope I remember it. I got some kind of tree pollen in my eye. It's a pain in the ass. I don't know what to do anymore in life with everything going on around me and with me. Well, it seems to me you're on the road. Live your life. Put your faith in the Lord and move on. I never thought I'd be living in my van, unable to gain housing at 50. Well, it depends. You're not alone. But you look at housing these days, and when you think about who you take onto your property and stuff, no, there's sadly in this state, there comes a point where the risks are just entirely too great of that, and any sense of being charitable or stuff goes right out the window. Right out the window. People get here, they get affected by the environment, they start listening to people. How to grab benefits and game the system, and before you know it, you don't even recognize them anymore. Try to grab an Uber now, see if you're, and he's not. Well, open road, that's what somebody was complaining about. I can't remember the reason. Somebody was complaining about something that somebody was trying to get some law passed at the Uber driver. But look, I mean, they're the people that are willing to, I mean, what can I say about that? And let's hit that thumbs up button. They're the people that are out there, signed up. They're not working on a discounted model. Let me grab a tissue in that. I gotta move forward summer. I'll never open this door. You trade one allergy for another. I think they were talking about as a condition of like getting a DMV license, because there's, like when I was down at the DMV, how's it going, Trog? When I was down at the DMV during my 3-hour wait, they have an area where they have 8 different computer stations set up. And at those stations, you take a test on the computer, your driving test, your written test. And they have a sign like, only testees allowed in this area. You're not allowed to help people. And you look over there that day, and almost to a person, they have people standing next to them that are pointing and doing other shit. And there's nobody in there that gives a shit about it. Yeah, I'm always emotional. Look at me, I got tears in my eyes. Nobody wants, but it's the most affordable. I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind living in West Virginia at all, to be honest with you. course, I know West Virginia very well, but I'm just saying it's, you know, you might not have the most cultured or educated people on planet Earth, but you have a lot of decent folk down there. I mean, it's not a highfalutin society. Yeah, watch, even though I do not. I consider you a close and you were one of the jobs. Oh, okay. Well, Regis, I'm glad to see you. I'm glad to see you. Yeah, West Virginia has a lot of beauty in West Virginia. I would put Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, as one of the 10 most spectacular places I've seen, especially in the fall. I don't have any information open road. I wouldn't even get involved in information. I don't need a rental. Apartments.com is your friend, or local bulletin boards outside. Same thing I told Blackbird. Local bulletin boards hanging outside of supermarkets. Quattro de renta. Room for rent. I don't follow the rental market. I have no interest in renting. I've had my 10 years of people in and out of the place. And that's enough. Let people glom onto somebody else now and do that. I'm disabled. I live in I'm trying to get out of it. Own something with at least an acre or a nice view. Yeah, well, how are you going to pay for it? You know, I mean, in California, you're looking at a super high price for an acre of land, if you can even find it. I'm on about 3/4 of an acre. But, you know, where are you going to find a piece like that now within an urban environment? The stuff that's local to services. You got this nutbag living up in the desert that's talking about the end of civilization. And that men got screwed and all this stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, dude, what have you ever done to contribute to society? No visible means of support. Yeah, make that make sense to me. Smart people, they're on the road and then they get the hell off the road. They get a place to live and that's it. They're not fooling themselves with handling waste and water and fooling themselves that the desert is a beautiful place to live. Because let's face it, the desert at the end, it reclaims everything. Everything is reclaimed in the end. Oh, I turned some of those. I was like, hey, I don't know. I wouldn't be turning anybody into ice. I'm not deputized as enforcement to do that type of thing. But hey, you do you, boo. But it's just this delusional mentality that I'm living free or whatever, and life is beautiful, and you know, stuff that people wouldn't. You know, do you understand? When the pioneers came west, they could have stopped and set up camp in Nevada. They could have stopped and set up camp in Arizona and those kind of places. You know what? They had more sense. They look around the area and they see this is an inhospitable place to live, and they move on. How many you at the head of everyone? Exactly. Yeah, we know open road, but we live in the real world. You know, if I wanted to call and report every person, my whole neighborhood would be emptied out. But again, I don't see that as my calling in life to, you know, to be an enforcement official. We can take Anthony, beautiful horse, and bet some horses. There we go. That's it. Yeah, I think that's like, isn't that the last horse track left? Everything else went tits up. Oh, man. When I think of how big horse racing was growing up, and it's too slow paced now. People don't want to wait 10 minutes before races, and slow walk of horses on the track, bums in the stands. I had in there. You have to be very careful of tax sales. There's a lot of fraud. A lot of people used to sell them on eBay like crazy, take your money, and then tell you it's up to you to, it's up to you. All we did was point you towards the tax deficiency, and that's all our responsibility is. Yeah, usually they'll get a chance to pay it. I wouldn't even waste my time. Why don't you go to Baltimore City and get a dollar home in the hood, and you can fix that baby up. They'd love to welcome some new neighbors in the hood. I'm wondering if I'm going to eat what I'm going to eat. So I'm not even sure what that means. Yep. All right. Take care. Take care, Rita. It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm going to eat good, live good, because I worked my ass off for 52 years. I figured that was a plenty. That whole 52 years, I never missed a day of work. Hell, I never missed a day of school either. My mother said, unless your head is falling off, and we can probably get it reattached before the morning bell, you're in school. That's it. Enjoyed you the other morning, rather than kids having kids. You hit a home run on that one. Yeah, thank you, Trog. It's feral adults having feral children, because there's no sense of right and wrong anymore. So it's all very dog eat dog, and you see the results of it with flash gangs raiding stores now. It's only going to get worse coming up. You can imagine another generation comes, it just gets worser and worser and worser. That's living in the real world. Other people want to imagine that we just magically go back to this existence where respect ruled the day. No, it doesn't naturally occur in people. It's as unnatural as it can be. There is a clause about the bringing in once you turn them as a window winning, I'm never going to achieve it. Well, you might, Kelly. I mean, I don't know what your situation is. You seem like a smart person. You seem like you got a good head on your shoulders. You'll be fine. Yeah, they said the rapture was last April 26th or something, and everybody waited on it. But believing something is the important thing, living your life accordingly. I want to get in the medical sector. It's the only, you look at the job creation last month, what, 77,000 jobs were healthcare. How does that benefit society? You understand what the big driver of healthcare is: federal and state spending. You pull the rug of state spending and underneath of nursing homes, home care agencies, community medical centers that continuously expand their offerings of dietary training and all this stuff. They're all cost center jobs. They don't produce anything. It's non-productive in the sense of building an economy. I thought you were a believer. Yeah, the rapture was last year, and we missed it. Yeah. Yeah, they've been predicting it, like I said in the morning, but they've been predicting a rapture since 1926. And even though the Lord clearly said no one knows the time and the hour except the Father. So having heard that, why would you waste your time with anything, with any predictions of things? To me, that's like case closed. That's it. Please help in prayer in the Bible. No, I don't think there's much more to religion and faith, Christian faith, in the Bible. I think there's also divine revelation, and there's also tradition, sacred tradition. So no, I'm not one that pins everything on the Bible. The Bible's one leg of the stool. But like I said, you do you. That's what makes America. Everybody can have a different belief. We're not all required to to follow each other's beliefs. I'm 75 years and I've heard it over and over again. Yeah, tell you the truth, I'm raptured out, but I still have respect. I wish aliens would just, God, Kelly. What the hell is that? I wish aliens would have ducked. Kelly, what are you talking about? Why would you want aliens to abduct you? I mean, what if they start to probe you or do unspeakable things to you? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do when the aliens come for you? Oh, come on, Regis. Don't be so hidebound. You look at the Protestant faith fractured into 42,000 denominations. Why? Because everybody thinks he or she has the right interpretation. What does that tell you? Division itself is of the devil. It's demonic. It's why the only Christian faith that's surging in membership now is the Roman Catholic Church, because the young people are discovering that there's still there's a core of doctrines, right or wrong, but it's not changing with the times. Right? It's like an anchor, as Robert Schuller called it, the great Robert Schuller. It's the anchor of Christianity, and it's very true. Some truths cannot change over time. But like I said, you do you. Just understand that a big part of the reason we're in the mess we're in right now in the Middle East is because of the evangelical people like Hegspeth and other people that believe that the Lord is all about warriors and war and unrest and hatred. Killing. These Paula White or whatever it is. We're called to peace. So when you put a spin of that on it, well, I just, I respect you. And I respect your right to believe that, Pete Hegseth, but I don't think that that's what we're called to. I don't pray for the death of my enemies and destruction. Once you kill them, you'll never have a chance to convert them. I love I loved it, man. Trixie, I loved it. I can't wait to go down, even though it's near the Cathedral of the Angels or something like that. I can't wait to go down and visit. I probably watched 100 of The Hour of Power. I love Dr. Short. He was fantastic. Possibility thinking. And Billy Graham. Went to see personally Jimmy Swaggart, met him, shook his hand. These are things that really left an impression on me in life. Hey, happy Easter, Anne Marie, happy Easter. We're still the Crabman Air Missile and Violent Pilot. We're still, I'm not sure, Elmer, you might be on yesterday's news, dude. I don't know. I was raised believing that's that. Yeah, it's Orthodox and all that. Yeah, well, Regis, you better understand who actually put the Bible together. I mean, I think you have a lot of gaps in your knowledge of Christian tradition and history. But like I say, you do you. I like to live by example. I don't believe in just talking about shit. I live it. No, Rose, it would be you. No, I look at you typing in all caps. You're so bothered. You're so in your feelers about everything that you're just raging in capital letters here. So, my friend, I don't have an answer for you. Yeah. Thank you, Ronnie, for being here tonight. A lot of people are enjoying their Easter dinner. Oh, that breeze feels good. We're supposed to have like a change of weather coming in and a little bit of rain and a bit cooler. That'd be good to really set my plantings. And I hope you saw the video. Hello from Scotland. Hey, Wayne, what's up? 12 on the number, 1 to 5. What is that? 12 to 1 to number 5 today. Oh, baby. Do you do a wheel on it? Do you do a wheel on it? I want everything wheeled with the 12. I used to do the wheel. Do exactas. They call them perfectas, but they were exactas. You guys got to understand, I spent a shitload of time at Pimlico Racetrack in Baltimore, the home of the Preakness, the middle jewel of the Triple Crown. I don't even know if they'll have it many more years. Maybe young people rediscover horse racing. I don't know. What goes around comes around a lot of time. But like the bottom's falling out of the wine industry, and now they're trying to get these influencers to get people to drink wine again and all this. I don't know. Ronnie, did you buy some wine today? Happy Easter, Yova. Happy Easter to you, honey. To you and yours. Tassels. That would be you and tassels. I don't know. I remember celebrating name days. Yeah, this is Cal Ripken jersey here. Yep, Tara gave me this. Number 8. The shortstop. Cal Ripken. Yeah, happy Easter. We're just hanging out, guys. I don't think I had anything to do today. I mean, it's kind of weird. I don't know if any stores are open. We're just hanging tonight. And of course, we're not charging, Ronnie. All right. We weren't charging. We are now. What's going on, Clint? What's happening, bud? We're just doing an Easter hanging. I don't know if this guy's stealing somebody else's bike or not. I don't know. Looks a little sketch, but these days you don't want to get involved. Sunday and Monday, Easter free. I don't know what that means, Elmer. Are you going to go strangle a rabbit and cook it up? Hassenpfeffer? A Hassenpfeffer stew? No, you're not. We don't block people in here, Reedus. This is a free speech zone. As long as people aren't being hateful, I don't care what people say about me, but if you're knocking other people here, then it's a fast way out the door. Other than that, everybody can express an opinion. Yeah, the Orioles don't really heat up until July. They have such a young team. I don't know what the hell this lady's looking. She's looking at this guy stealing a bike. I don't know. We don't block. I don't block people here. We don't block people. We're a free expression zone. But don't be surprised if people clap back if you say something. That's what free speech is all about. I've lost subscribers. You gain them, you lose them. You're never going to please all the people all the time. It's like Joel Osteen when he took over from his father, and the congregation hated the way he preached and told him, "You're nothing like your dad. Your dad was a great preacher. Why can't you preach like your dad?" And he tried for a year. And he finally gave up because he was making himself miserable trying to play another person's game. And when he genuinely became himself and preached, his church exploded in size. And that's the moral of the story. You're not wrong. I'm not right. We all just try to do the best we can, Regis. I have no answers. But I do think the most powerful way is to live by example. I think there's an old saying, and maybe Buttercup Baby will tell me, there's an old saying that says talk is cheap. And a lot of people spend a lot of time talking about religion and very little time actually exercising the principles. Thank you, Regis. I appreciate it. You have nothing to apologize for. It's a free speech zone. None of us. We're all operating in a dense fog here. It's like God said, "My ways are not your ways. My thoughts are not your thoughts." And I accept that. I accept that, and I just say, okay, moveon.org, get on with your life. I have always loved you. Well, you're a very nice person, and I don't begrudge anybody for your beliefs. I never have. I'm not into insulting people. I try to have a very open mind, but I just think if you're going to condemn, if you're sure somebody's going to be in flames or things like that, I'm not that sure about things. But I know I'm called to not sit around and dwell on it. I'm called to have confidence and move forward. I mean, I've made a dramatic change in my life the last 3 years, and it has been, the last 3 months have been nothing but brutal. I haven't shared anything on here, but it has been a total mental shit show. And it took until this week for the clouds to start to clear and for things to get on track again. In other words, it's not always easy to just give in to everything that you want to do in life. What's going on, Kenny? How you doing, brother? Looks like it could be another good week for agro coming up. I took some profit and then I repositioned myself a little bit. I'm not in the best catbird seat, but I'm in a catbird seat right now. Detective Trixie saw Yeah, well, Regis has been coming around. Novus has been around for a long time. And I cannot say anything negative about Regis. Been a long time friend of the channel here, and we often have our disagreements about things, but it doesn't change the way that I think about Regis. I'm sad today. Any advice? Oh, I'm sad today. Why are you sad today, Kenny? What's got you down at the mouth? And thank you again, Regis, for the support is very appreciated. Life is going to be a little more costly going forward, especially for travel. And I might end up going down to sometime in April, heading down. I got to get an allergy shot and all that shit. So our love is alive. This is a day to be joyful today. I'm a bit confused by Marty. Even with the oil there, I feel like they want to go on a bull run. Well, let me tell you first, Kenny, in my opinion, you're not the only one that's confused. I myself perceive a great deal of confusion in my own mind and in my world and perceptions of the Middle East. Because never in the history of, think about this, never in the history of the last 100 years have so many people worldwide been leveraged on the action of so few people. Yeah, we're to see each other again, Naomi. Think about that. We have less than a handful of people that control the destiny of 8 billion people on planet Earth. Think about that. Now, what could go wrong? Well, 5 times 4 times 3 times 2. You start to do your factorials and stuff like that. Well, there's 1,250 things that can go wrong, and only one thing can go right. Passed on, and these two moved on. Oh wow. Okay. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I found solace in more dedicating my life to serving other people, and that's made a big difference in my life. having a focus. I mean, this is if you're a believer, and this is Easter Sunday. This is just passing through a valley of tears here. That's it. His father Gary Lombardi once said in his sermon at St. Vincent's in Petaluma, "Life is short, eternity is forever." Think about it. Well, I can say I thought about it, and it changed my life a lot for the better. Centuries have been proven effective. Shot down, pilot missing. I don't know, Elmer. I think you're a day behind in news, my man. I think they've, maybe you just woke up and didn't see the news. I think that they rescued that, they already rescued that pilot. So you might be a little bit behind. I think Elmer might be a day behind. And if the runway wasn't so sanded, we would have been able to get our planes out of there. But that third-rate airstrip was all covered with sand. You can't get enough speed up to get off the ground, so. Silly rabbit, that's it. Yeah, let's hit that thumbs up button, guys. We're trying to get to 150 thumbs tonight. Do our own little Easter celebration here. I'm looking forward to kicking it with a few drinks tonight. I didn't have any drinks last night. I didn't get back till about 9:30 or so. It was a little too late to get anything fired up. I don't even know if any stores are open today. I don't know. Make sure you're on all messages, which I'm not. I can't watch the news. I can't. Yeah, I think Elmer just woke up or something to the, it's me, it's Emily. Hey, Emily, how are you? Nice to see you. Now, that's the way you make an entrance into a chat. How you doing, Emily? That's the way that you make an entrance into chat. That's the way to do it. Elmer Van Winkle. Yeah, I don't know. Elmer's like, he probably just went out to check the Deutsches Globe and Mail to see Deutschland today to see Emily. Yeah, Emily's been here for quite a few years. Yeah, I think Elmer was a bit behind in because I wasn't live last night, so Elmer's probably still in the Friday news loop over there. See what happens when I miss a night. I'm doing well. I probably not to be as trying. Want to see how you. Yeah, my Easter's okay. It's a quiet one. This is the first year I can't think of anything that. I have the perception I haven't been home at Easter for a long time. I've either been in LA or, at the Boston Janus, and I will be down there Wednesday, by the way, to try to get Bobby out in the bed a little bit for prime rib on Wednesday. So that'll be coming up. So it's kind of unusual for me, but I think it was a regular work day for Janet today. So she didn't feel like, and I don't blame her, like there's no way you're going to get an Easter dinner on having worked for getting up at 4 o'clock or whatever, working and all that. Yeah, we got some more people have come back in. That's great. Some people I haven't seen in a long time. Bobby, I'll let you know Wednesday. I mean, he's in for another round of chemo, so it's probably battering the shit out of him, all 120 pounds or whatever. So Asian market's down tonight. They're going to be down in anticipation. I just tell people, you could wake up tomorrow and, the tweet comes out, instead of an FU, a tweet comes out and says it's over. Iran has agreed to our, demands. Effective midnight, the Strait of Hormuz will be open for traffic. We're heading home. And that leaves, it's rough. That leaves Netanyahu with taking care of his own stuff over there. In which case the market will be up 2,000 points or so. So it'll, oil will drop $20 a barrel. Everybody will be cheering, and then that'll temporarily push software and AI into the background. And it's what's interesting, and I'm going to talk about this tomorrow, is the way that Larry Ellison of Oracle Corporation has really leveraged his shit here. Yeah, thank you, Kenny. I see more upside in that. I don't see the pinch in fertilizer easing anytime soon, because if the Straits of Hormuz open, and I think today they had 15 ships, as long as you're not allied with the U.S. or Israel, you're passing through. But there's going to be a prioritization of where that oil is going to go, and a shitload of that stuff is going to be directed to Asia. So I don't think that there's going to be a lot to be popped into the fertilizers, like a second tier need, as opposed to running power plants and all that stuff. Y'all ran her off for using caps. How arbitrary. Yeah, ran her off. Just donated $20. Thank you. Nobody runs anybody off around here, but thank you for your concern. Let's hit that thumbs up button. And the Venezuelan oil needs to get. Yeah, we just don't know. So if you wake up on Tuesday and it's a turkey shoot with just planes everywhere and missiles flying and freaking hypersonic missiles blowing all over everything's gone to shit, then you're looking at a catastrophe that can't even be imagined. And I don't think anybody wants that to happen. Nobody. That serves nobody's interest. That's all. Well, any kind of oil that comes out of the ground can be used. It's just a question of where it's refined and all that. And we've been exposed as not having the industrial infrastructure to really wage war. You advised radar numbers in Iran. Elmer, the AWACS plane was hit like on Wednesday of last week, dude. So, man, I don't know whether you just came down off your high, your acid high, or whatever. That baby was missile hit in Saudi Arabia on the Prince Saud Alibaba airport there. From Alibaba. So I don't know, Elmer. You're spreading disinformation. Probably some people went to fact check that stuff. I don't know. Writing Kathy in here. Gab seemed to start with the Gab. It's just, it's all good. I mean, like I said, Trixie, and probably you'll agree, chat rooms are not the place that you're ever going to change anybody's beliefs about anything. I can't think of anybody that I've ever seen in any chat room that ever came away with the idea, you know what, I really changed my mind about that. I mean, people are pretty much seeing stuff the way they want to see it. I mean, that's just the way it is. And that's a very difficult thing to change. The same thing with politics. Nothing that anybody ever said in any chat room is going to change anybody's mind. If you're pro-Trump, you're pro-Trump. If you're anti-Trump, you're anti-Trump. There's a lot of people that don't like the course of the war, but if it ends in a decent way, it'll be a tremendous victory for the president. He'll go down in history as the guy that shoved the thorn in the side of the Middle East. And then just Elmer's a big guy. They're only, I don't know, Doctor. I mean, Elmer's like a few days behind. I don't know. Somebody's got to shake that boy up. So it's either going to be one way or the other. It's doubtful there's going to be a middle ground. I don't think, you can't just say we're out of here, okay, our bluff failed, we fold. We're sailing away like Christopher Cross, sailing back to our ports today, ooh, ooh, ooh. And then you leave Israel to pick up the pieces. I mean, holy shit. What's going to be left? A few hubcaps around Tel Aviv or something? You got a bad brew, bro. A bad brew. You leave a wounded dog, you get what you get. Now let's just trace it out. Let's be clear, real clear. This thing was supposed to end in 2 days, 2 or 3 days. You get capitulation. Okay, this is scary. Okay, so that's not the case. That's not true, right? There's no capitulation. Yeah, their eggs are scrambled for a week or so, and you don't see a lot of stuff. And then a week later, they start to unscramble the egg, and they have leadership in. And they start to get into the fight. And this is the part where, you know, we end up flying by the seat of our pants at that point because we didn't expect this to happen. And nor did Israel. So, you know, it's, you know, that's what I say, war is an imprecise thing. It's not a precise science. I mean, it's you take your shot and you go. I enjoyed your brother. I've never been to one, I missed the grocery outlet. Yeah, we were there at the grocery outlet on Friday night. Yeah, we always have a good time here. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up button, like up the stream if you've not done so yet. So that caused, in a short period of time, that miscalculation caused a total back to the drawing board approach, but it takes a while to kick out the response, and in the meantime you're just flying around by the seat of your pants with targets of opportunity. And I gotta be honest with you guys, I don't think the Department of War considered the fact that one of the earliest acts of Iran would be to basically neutralize 12 bases in Gulf nations. surprised. You know, knock the shit out of those bases to the point that the civilians can't even, there's no housing for them. They end up living in hotels and shit there. You can imagine that, Bill. So there's been some definite surprises. You know, we don't know. Information is very, there's a lot of propaganda out there. There's a lot of Iranian, constant AI generated bullshit propaganda. It's wartime, folks. US stuff, we have no idea. You don't get any briefings, and you have no idea how much it's cost or how much damage has been done. I do know one thing that's been exposed. If we had to fight a long extended war, what do we got? Like a couple integrated steel manufacturing plants now. All the other shit's closed down. 77,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost since April of 2025. I mean, come on, guys. If we were really concerned, that's something to be concerned about. So it's all back to the money tree again. It's all back to borrowing again. And when you say we need another $1.5 trillion, $1.4 trillion of defense spending, they were talking about in who's the shipbuilder? I can't remember, in Norfolk, one of them. I don't know who now. I can't remember the name of the Newport News shipbuilding or whatever down there, and it's just impossible. It's so hard to find workers, and they're trying to build the USS William J. Clinton or whatever. And I mean, when you start to look into the supply shit, it's pretty harrowing. It's pretty harrowing. And this is one of the problems when you start to have a declining population base and stuff like that, is that, you know, you have less people that are interested in doing that kind of work. And they had that Korean guy that talked about the merchant fleets. I mean, what did we build? 3 merchant ships last year, and China built like 300 or 3,000. And this Korean guy that using this Korean money to run this shipyard, he looked like a deer in the headlights, man. The Money Store, yeah. I'm Phil Rizzuto for the Money Store. Yeah, I remember Phil Rizzuto at the Money Store. So when you think about you know, cranking out artillery shells or cranking out conventional bombs, okay. But when you're thinking about, like, Lockheed Martin has to quadruple the production space for producing armaments and Raytheon for Patriot missile batteries and all that, you're talking about a lot of money. You're talking about finding workers that can pass screening for drugs, for criminal records, for background checks, FBI. You're looking at some real problems. So I tell you, that's a real big problem. So when you're building a precision thing and you're high or you're messed up, you might get the blue wire where the red one is supposed to go and the red one where the blue is supposed to go, and you go to push the button, and instead of the missile taking off and firing, it just blows your aircraft right, blows you to the moon, and you catch up with the Artemis 2 rocket. So this 35 days or whatever has exposed. It's still a very short war in terms of recent ones, but it's exposed a lot of weakness, a tremendous amount of weakness here that it's going to take us a long time. And the only real ace we have in the hole, which nobody wants to use, is nuclear armaments and Trident submarines and all that stuff. So, $1.4 trillion is a lot of money to request. And you're going to have people in Congress say, well, you slash 10% off Medicare, 10% off Medicaid, 10% off Social Security, 10% off, and it's not fair, blah, blah, blah. And this is typical that we have to be warmongers like Elmer and, pour our resources into war all the time. So you see this friction developing now. And even if you get that 1.4 trillion, that can easily be wasted in shitty production, overpriced shit, corruption, payoffs, unable to find skilled workers. And then the fact you need to hurry up, it just sounds like a recipe for screw up to me. So Buttercup Baby and anybody else that thought I'm not middle of the road, you can pretty much see I'm pretty much middle of the road. Especially when it comes to the realities of what it takes to fight and sustain a fight. And you look in your missile inventory and it's like, what gift? Which gift are we talking about? The Arc de Triomphe, or what are we talking about? Hey Judy, how you doing, babe? So you can see that, it's like the Gulf nations: Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, the Kuwait. What would be the point of having bases continue over there? They're past their there's no point to them anymore. All Iran has to do is have a drone and a missile surge, and the shit's gone. So that's one thing I would declare is now obsolete, is bases in the Gulf. How you doing, Ninja? Bases in the Gulf region are they're untenable. Unless fortune smiles on us in the next couple days and it's over. I don't know. But we do have one very strong ace in the hole still, and that's that Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Bahrain have not engaged in the fight, hoping that things just calm down, like, okay, let's be cool. No, we're not gonna ramp it up. We'll take some hits, but everybody will lose. Once we go airborne, it's gonna be exchanging back and forth, everybody. So we're just gonna be cool. We're gonna be cool. But if they decide, and Saudi Arabia is the 5th biggest spender on military equipment and armaments. If they go airborne, there'll be nobody controlling them. And they will be going in like hell bent on just leveling, especially if they get hit at all. They're just going to be in there. There's no real effective countermeasures in Iran against air raids and stuff. They're going to be history. Needed first, then Trump said two more. Was it one of us? I gave Trump an oil tank. I don't know what the hell it is, man. It's, 10 tankers of oil against a deficit of 800 tankers of oil. I'll do the math. Divide 10 by 800, and that'll tell you what percentage of the oil of the world is affected in any way by that 10 versus 800. Less than 1%. I'll be able to say something, getting to the point of nothing to say. Well, you have to remember, GTB, the president never expected to be in this position to begin with. So it wasn't thought out by the Pentagon that the what-if scenarios, the decision tree branches didn't go down that far. So everything is now fly by the seat of your pants. There's no more planning anymore. There's no more, it's all just strategy on the fly. I think they were a fart in a windstorm. I don't think they were even relevant. I mean, you'll never know. Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, the Emirates, they're not publishing their damage. They're not telling the world. They're not telegraphing to the world how their natural gas and oil facilities and headquarters of the Kuwaiti National Oil Company in Kuwait have been hit and damaged severely. And they're not telling you anything. Nothing. The United States is not telling you anything. So effectively, we really have no idea. How you doing, Avion? Happy Easter to you too. Maybe they did tell him, but he didn't listen. He knows all of it. I don't know. I really can't speculate on things that I'm just not privy to. But I can know we don't got any information. So we really don't know what shape, how many months it would take. And look at all the, can you imagine everybody goes to the steel pipe market at once to replace all their steel pipe or whatever I mean, it's a shit show. And the steel price manufacturers are, well, we don't have the steel mill capacity. You get what you get and that's it. We can give you 10 pieces of pipe, that's all. 10, we need 10,000, dude. I think these Gulf states have gotten the shit kicked out of them over there. And they never expected it. They never expected that one thing would, even though they're hosting U.S. air bases, I don't believe they ever expected that anything would come winging their way. Surprise! Now you got guys and gals living in hotels over there. And I'll tell you that Gerald R. Ford, I told you guys day one that it was an internal sabotage thing that was done in that laundry room. And now we're starting to get the rumblings of guys are importing. The story's starting to get out that it wasn't an accidental fire. Of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't. You had a guy down there that was basically a la snack bar in that laundry and lit it up. How you doing, Alan? Good to see you. Yeah, Abdo, just take it easy, okay? Don't come in here and commandeer the chat. If you post repetitively, I don't know what my moderators will do with you. I don't moderate my own chat, they do. And I'm happy to say, what do we have? Maybe one person a week, maybe 2 people a month get kicked out. Happy Easter, Alan. Good to see you. And like I said the other day, the biggest fear on the Pentagon is that a war that becomes a publicity nightmare. It's one thing when it's a couple airmen and you have some people that accidentally friendly fire or refueling problems and people died. It's another thing that can be managed in the press. They're heroes. Okay, I show up to see delivery of the body coming back with the United States flag on it. Everybody feels satisfied. Sorry it happened, but thank you for your service. It's another thing when a couple hundred, 300, 400, 500, 600 start coming back in body bags. Then it becomes, you have the Vietnam overlay and all that stuff. What's going on, Monkey Boy? Hey, Tess, happy Resurrection Day to you too, honey. Telling you to just, yeah, well, I don't know about, I haven't seen that, Dr. Frankenstein, but you have a lot of demented people on both sides here. There's no shortage of, that kind of shit going on right now. That's why we try to take the middle of the road approach here. I think Trump's worst nightmare is troops on the ground there. So meanwhile, we're burning oil and everything else and food and mucking around, bobbing around on the waves out there. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up button if you're just coming in. Evicting renters is a violent crime. Look, Dr. Frankenstein, I think the whole nation has to prepare itself for a tremendous radicalization of this nation. Okay, like I said, when everybody was jeering and cheering at the last election and they were showing the making sport of showing the faces of the people on MSNBC as the results came in and CNN and all that. I mean, payback is a bitch. People don't forget. And you let the other people, the other party, the radicals start to get in, you'll have a show. So, am I prepared for it? Hell yeah. Am I prepared for the distinct possibility that the president could be impeached if shit goes south? Yes. That's real politics. That's real. That's the real shit, man. That's not Pollyanna, pie in the sky. Yes, it is our night. No matter which, if it goes well, it's a heroic moment. If it goes shitty, then it well, for lack of a better word, it fucks up the nation for the next X years. Once it starts to hit people economically, stocks, their precious 401ks that they've known nothing over 40 years, nothing over 46 years except rising prices, nothing. They're no more equipped to deal with a 50% or even 50% recession level haircut in stock prices, much less a 92% depression level haircut, a la 1932 in equity prices. I remember I asked my grandfather once, I said, shit, I was in business school or something, and I said, shit, man, Pop, hell, man, why weren't you in there buying hand over fist in 1932? All these great deals you would have been set, family would have been set. He said, look, man, the reason I didn't is we barely had a pot to piss in. That's why shit's cheap. They're the bowl haircuts. How you doing, VW? What's going on, Bunny? The bowl haircut. Hey, we all got a haircut at home. It was just a crew cut over the top. Next. My point is, when people start to get a haircut and they're not used to ever seeing a bear market, and the way the bear market rips a new asshole into the supposed wealth of the nation, and this big wealth transfer doesn't take place, you're going to have a little more than gassy grandmas out on the streets holding protest signs when that comes. It's going to look like 1932 all over again. Yeah, some weren't real good, Buttercup baby, but people valued $1 then. Now you have nail salons, which were unseen when I was a kid. So many services and luxuries now that were unthought of. So I'm mentally fully ready for whatever comes down the pike. Nothing's going to surprise me. The largest I heard on their bond when the retail housing market lost all my. Yeah, I'm sorry that happened, Doctor, but this is on a much bigger scale now because the scale of the bubble is much larger here. It's tremendously larger. And it's false value now. It's air. Trump has been. Well, the markets are often independent of the presidency. In other words, if AI is going to come about and it pumps up this bubble over, software is already fully puffed up, and then now we're puffing up a second bubble. Yeah, you can understand why you have this period of perceived wealth that suddenly envelops the nation, and everyone, Netflix subscriptions, home delivery of food, and Instacart and Grubhub and Uber Eats. These are very very unusual in the course of history. And this idea that AI will make work optional and that people have to be paid not to work. Should this man taught early on in it? Yeah, but servicemen can't decide often decide what's a illegal order or not. And oftentimes servicemen take it upon themselves to do treacherous acts. I don't think you probably ever heard of the My Lai massacre in Vietnam, where some Vietnamese were slaughtered by American service members, Cali and some other people. Stuff gets ugly in wartime. People start to lose their minds. Yeah, but not to the extent that anybody it was a fart in a windstorm, BW. It was not even a consideration in war. This market won't allow for a long war. Like if you get drive off a D-Day, you aren't going to do that. Most decent commanders wouldn't be giving orders that were illegal. Yeah, that's right. You know, Judy, they're luxuries that are they're symptomatic of something that's wrong with society. That there's a perceived overabundance of wealth. And it's a very dangerous time for society to be in the grip of that, because it leads people to linearly project the future along the same path as the present. They never see the downturn. They never see the bubble being popped until it's on top of them, and then they end up hoping when they should be panicking, and panicking when they should be hoping. I mean, they get all twisted up. I've never had restaurant food orders have pizza. Yeah, well, certainly you remember the My Lai massacre, and guy's name was Cali. Yeah, they had a big inquiry. It was a big deal. It was on Life and Time magazine. But we would expose it, much to the credit of our nation. When the shit went bad, we stood up and said it. The shit went bad. This was a bad deal. People are more into that. I don't think expensive cold order restaurant. Trixie. No, of course we wouldn't. Yeah, I'm the one that brought it up, VW, not you. You never even heard of it before. We've had atrocities committed in wars since Cain could pick up a club against Abel. It's human nature, babe. And to expect people to continuously be able to operate above their human nature, it requires supernatural effort. And sometimes in war, shit goes bad. But you examine it and you learn from it. But remember, many generations have passed. I'm 60, I'll be 68 in June. I'm older than 90% of the people in my chat. The young people today have never even heard of My Lai, or much less will ever understand it, ever look at it. So are they bound to repeat the same mistakes again? Yes, they are. Anybody in the jungle to become an animal. Yeah, that's right. Listen to Alan Gentry being involved in all the defoliation, Agent Orange, all the other bullshit that happened in Vietnam, and expected to fight a war, and expected to appease people back home and make them understand the piece of hell that you're in over there. That's heroic shit, man. Hey, Steve, how you doing? Trixie's like 68, so baby. All right, I stand corrected. To be a Kong, a lot of them were winning. They were, yeah. I mean, it's wartime. I mean, people that are reasonably versed in history understand that shit happens in war that people are not proud of, and or if they are, they're deranged. Not everybody that picks up a weapon is right in the mind. I signed a petition for free language when I was in Brownie meeting because our troop leader's son was passing the petition around, and I was in. Okay, I believe it. That's good. Lieutenant William Calley. Well, it's not a war. It is an excursion right now. It's not a war in the sense that there's people facing each other with weapons and guns on the ground and boots on the ground. It's a high-tech war at this point. You can't win a political. No, you can't win a political. Yeah, I mean, it's once the public turns against you. Right now, I've seen the arc occur since 1965, where this dislike of the war turned in. You know, McNamara was a boob as the defense secretary, and the arc of war bred a hatred of America, and then our troops over there, and they came home, and you know, they were treated like garbage. There wasn't any welcoming parades down Constitution Avenue in Washington, D.C., or Fifth Avenue in New York City, ticker tape parades. Man, we don't even want to see you, dude. Baby killer, murderer. These guys went through hell. And then when Ronald Reagan got elected, it turned the whole tide. Till we've reached the arc of our respect here for the military and for service. I can't always guarantee that's going to be the case going forward. Some of these guys could start to come home and hear, you ought to be ashamed of yourself that you picked up, you dropped that bomb on those poor bastards in Tehran. There's kindergarten at girls' school. I remember George McGovern very well. (1972). I remember the convention. No, we don't have to take a vote. Meeks introduced that, So this is what I meant by how leveraged we are in our world right now. That the fate of 8 billion people depends on a handful of people in the world. Show me another time in history. We're not talking about launching a nuclear strike here. We're talking about in everyday shit. That everything has been so finely balanced on the point of temper, ego, nature. So much to the credit of some people, they're in there. Pakistan, I think the French are in there. They're trying behind the scenes to hammer something out with what may or may not be the Iranian leadership that counts. I mean, who in the hell knows? You take out enough people over there and ain't nobody willing to come forward and say, I'm the leader, or the commander-in-chief. Well, this is why, a president has to have the ability to perform warlike acts without having to clear through all the congressional approvals. Usually you call them into the White House, the Senate leader and the House leader, and you say, this is good, this is what I'm going to do. I ask you not to brief anybody for 12 hours or whatever, but out of respect for you guys, I'm letting you know. Private militia for it was a guy. I remember he was on talk shows and shit. G. Gordon Liddy with his Fu Manchu mustache. I thought he was an interesting operative. But what a sad era that was when all that shit was going on, and then it just bottomed out in 1979. Oh, you met him? I think he spoke at my college, and I didn't care about it. What is he going to say? How you doing, Lou? What is he going to say that's going to inspire me? Just like Ollie North used to be on the lecture circuit. I'm like, Roosevelt, are you going to go hear Ollie North speak? Yeah, if you saw that today, Deja Vu, my video, I had the headline there that wage and price controls in force, Nixon severs gold dollar connection or whatever, that headline there from the New York Times. I highly encourage people to keep up on the thought in my video vlogs and things. These are done and requested. People send me questions and stuff like that. Lady Timothy Leary. Tune in, turn on, drop out, baby. That's what Blackbird would do for 3 days in a row in the Rancho when he would take one of his hallucinogenic trips there. At least he wasn't smashing the walls with imaginary monsters crawling around and shit. So, I would like to think, I don't know what the options are for the president. It's going to be a very difficult thing if everything is unleashed. It's going to be pretty much a catastrophe for the world. Maybe we're at the point now where some Malthusian tragedy that's going to result in a lot of starvation and famine. Maybe that's it. A lot of people dying of thirst. Who in the hell knows? But I sure as hell wouldn't assume that the Lord is with us on this. I might have thought that in other conflicts, but I don't have that feeling here. Well, if we didn't use the 25th Amendment with Biden, we sure as hell wouldn't use it with Trump. I mean, no offense, but when you're leaving office with a drool bib and a drool cup, and you can't hold a press conference for years, and you have your own insiders that can't wait to write a book about you. Yeah, he sure didn't do anything to help the world, though, Buttercup baby, and therein lies the problem. Hey Cindy, how you doing, babe? And it's the tragic thing is that people were perfectly willing to set him up to run again, and he would have secured the Democrat nomination. And maybe some of you would say, well, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in today. We could be in a far worse situation, Dan. We don't know. But I'm just saying, there were people that were willing to sell out the United States for the sake of, for the sake of power. You want the smoke? I'll bring the smoke. I think I can't even imagine. I'm not even thinking, Frenchie, about the catastrophic damage to the environment. I mean, when I think of all those Gulf nations afire and all the oil fields and oil reserves, and I see all that shit going up into the sky, I'm not an environmentalist, but I can't think it's a good thing. So I worry about environmental degradation. Yeah, all y'all make my Easter. I'm glad to be here. I didn't have any. It's the first Easter. I had nothing planned up. So please hit the thumbs up button for at least hosting the Gab Fest today, which I appreciate. We welcome new people aboard, which is fantastic. And if you come in here with an agenda and you can't be willing to hear other points of view, it's not going to be us that boot. We don't boot people here for having opinions, but I can't guarantee you're not going to be irritated to some extent. So it's Biden knew that Netanyahu was evil. Well, I can't, what happened October 7th was horrible, but there's proportional response to that. And the disproportional response that has just laid waste to Gaza and now deep within southern Lebanon. What am I to make of that? Happy Easter, gambler. Well, I'd be less than honest if I didn't say I was appalled by it. And, honestly, Israel has lost much of its protective dome, and they're taking a tremendous amount of hits right now that, again, they're in a position, they never expected that to happen. And you have this radical Knesset, which is the equivalent of their Congress there, that is just so far off the reservation. The security guy with a gold noose for a lapel pin, come on. No name calling, please. There's something wrong with the people's heads over there. There's something that's out of alignment. Yeah, let's at least be pleasant. We don't have to be name calling here. So, in a lot of ways, in my opinion, that Netanyahu is in the same position as Trump is. He's fighting a reactive war right now, not proactive. That ended. When Iran refused to capitulate after a few days, then all of a sudden it becomes a reactive situation now. Now we got to react to our bases being hit in the Gulf region. Now we got to react to the Straits of Hormuz are closed. Now we got to react that we got guys down and shot out of the air. We're in a reactive mode right now. No, I'm just saying, but we don't have to call names. That's all I'm saying. Best to just always, if we can just keep it civil, then it's good. Because you're a very important person here, Dr. Frankenstein. You bring a lot to the table, and we know not everybody's going to agree. You know, I got people that hate on me because that want to force me into a certain category, and then they get pissed off when I clap back and say, no, I'm not in your category, or I'm not in that other category. I'm sure Putin is going to. They've already been helping them, GTB. This is the dream of China and Russia, that the United States expends itself in this, basically drives itself into bankruptcy. Take the warning from the bond markets. Everybody's reconsidering. I mean, there's a lot of damage. There's going to be a lot of selling of bonds here to raise money, United States securities, to raise money for rebuilding. These Gulf nations hold a tremendous amount of our debt. Yeah. Well, I don't think it will be that long. I wouldn't be surprised. The president's so fearful of Wall Street that he might just pull out and leave everybody to, just let the pieces fall where they may. And then what happens? Don't ever show your face around here again? What's up, Angus Kisses? Happy Easter to you. I did a video that this war is being run for Wall Street and their approval. Yeah, every time stuff gets shaky, they send Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, out there to run the show and get shit going. A little announcement on True Social. Well, we have prospects for peace. What? Yeah, well, market manipulation is rampant right now. Started in April of 2025, that night I told you about, that the secretary came to the door, rung the president out of bed. Scott, this better be important. Well, it is, Mr. President. I wouldn't be calling you otherwise. Well, what is it, Scott? There's no market for U.S. securities in Asia right now. Well, do what the hell you got to do, Scott. I'll say something on Truth Social tomorrow. It's a good time to buy stocks, and that'll fix it. Well, you only have so many aces in a deck, right? Last time I checked, there were 4 aces in a deck. You start playing out those aces, you got nothing left. We will have another damn vote, and they won't do nothing with the same old globalist politics. I'll put it this way, Dr. Frankenstein. You'll be lucky if you don't have a radical Congress, not just blue, but a radical. Think of how many people are retiring Republicans from Congress. They know what the hell's coming. They're not stupid. They got their finger in the wind. Remember after the election when everybody was making hay about the losses of the sad faces on MSNBC and CNN and making their YouTube videos laughing about I said, you never count a party out, ever, ever, ever. I've seen too many times that the pendulum swings back and forth and back and forth. We only have a radical openly racist, anti-Semitic. Well, you have to be very careful to separate anti-Semitic from anti-Israel, from anti-Israel policies. And this is the brush that a lot of people have tried to paint, that if you oppose Israel's actions in the Middle East, that means that you're an anti-Semite. No, it doesn't mean that at all. It means you oppose the way that they do business as a state. That's what it means. But, you know, but this is what this lobby is. This AIPAC and other people have spent billions of dollars pushing this message with people like I can't think of the guy's name, but some of these people that come on and squawk that line that if you're against Israel, you're anti-Semitic. No, is it a nation or is it not? You know, we can't criticize a nation. Come on. Built the city, and the Somalis built Boston. You know, this. Dr. Frankenstein, on the other side of the coin, you have colleges and universities that have so fucked up students' heads in this nation with just bullshit that, look, man, nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing anybody says right or left surprises me. I guess Ben Shapiro is the one I talk about. And you got people like Miriam Adelson and Larry Ellison. It just, I was asked to talk about this. I'm gonna talk about it on tomorrow's vlog. About how wealth accords you such privileges to move without the boundaries of your success, and then stick your mitts into reordering world affairs. No, there's a lot of politics being talked about, a shitload of it. You've seen the Young Turks like Anna Kasparian under tremendous fire for being anti-Israel and pro-American. I mean, she had a thing today. She's walking her dog and she's got confronted by somebody that calls her a Jew hater and whatever. I'm going to get your husband fired. And it's like, wow, so there's just all kinds of stuff going on. You know, people claiming, unbalanced levels of influence in American politics and things. So, Israel is our ward. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure, VW, if I'm so crazy about that. I say send the bill to Miriam Adelson for it. they're with the way shit's coming down now, they could be a bankrupt state. They've had so much on the board, so much on the war board for the last 2 years that you know, you're not seeing it in news, but there's been tremendous protests in Tel Aviv on the streets and things about the cost of war and the freedoms that are being restricted and all that. It doesn't sit well with the population there. This is, I never wear it. It makes my teeth look yellow. I haven't taken the time to use the whitening stuff that was given to me. I never wear it. I take it off before I eat and stuff, so. There is a lot of hate in the world, Alan Gentry. And I think we see one of the problems in politics is the untoward amount of influence that big money has in shaping the United States policy over the last 20 years. And it all has to do with the inherent weakness of a Republican form of government that depends on large amounts of money to fuel political campaigns. Allowing some people, some chosen few, to have unfettered access to $10,000 a plate dinners and you know, if XYZ calls, you make sure to always put that call through to me. I don't want you to tell them I'll call them back, but no matter what I'm doing, I'll drop it and talk to them. This has definite negative aspects to it. Tenor rebellion. Well, I don't tie politics to recessions. It's more the cycle of the markets and what's going on. We had tremendous we had tremendous over industrialization in the 1920s that couldn't be often purchasing power on the other side. The ability to produce far outstripped the ability to consume, and the whole shitty thing just came down. How you doing, Charles? Nice to see you. This one, if shit goes bad in the Middle East, then yeah, there's no escaping the pinning of the blame on that. I mean, that's not, you know, this far different. This is taking an already weakening investment market and plunging a dagger into it if shit goes bad. You like to hand out I'm the same. The very first battle. I don't know. I saw one no-hitter. I was there in person on a drizzly April day in 1967 when Tom Phoebus threw a no-hitter for the Orioles against the Red Sox. I was also there at a 19-inning baseball game. And finally, in the bottom of the 19th inning, Andy Etchebarren, the catcher for the Orioles, smoked one dead straight away over the center field fence, and it was over, baby. Over. And all 200 of us that were left were cheering. And the guy that came to pick us up, because we were kids and didn't drive, he had to sit out there and wait through 19 innings of baseball. So I just think you have to mentally prepare for a far different world in January of 2027. And depending on numbers or whatever, and only 1/3 of the Senate turns over, but you're going to see that's the only barrier to potential impeachment at that time. But you know, you're going to see an immediate move to impeach the president, unless things go well, and then it'll be a different story. But I don't really see that happening because the markets have already turned downward and picking up momentum now. Man, what a beautiful day. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're coming in. It is very appreciated. We've had a lively and good discussion this afternoon. Yeah, we're going to have a problem because of private credit. And the sad thing is, and this was what really bothered me recently, once the cracks start to appear in private capital, which is basically private banking amongst a coterie of very rich individuals banding together. Once this private equity starts to run into a problem, which they have a redemption problem that's terrible right now, more people want to get their money out that can be liquidated and sold off. Many of you will experience this with your mutual funds coming up, your ETFs and your mutual funds, that they restrict your withdrawals. Because many of you probably never looked at the fine print in your agreement that says we have the right to limit redemptions if market conditions warrant without prior notice. Hey Amanda, how you doing, GTB? Now, when that stuff's really wobbly, they're rushing through the Securities and Exchange and the Treasury the ability for private citizens to take their 401ks and now invest in private credit. Just in time to piss your money down a rat hole and allow these people, these dumbbells, to get their money out. You'll have pension funds that rush in there to buy the shit that they're unloading on them. This is the kind of sick economic policy that now guides a lot of shit in our lives. Instead of protecting people from themselves and their own lack of knowledge, they just feed people right to the lion, right in the lion's mouth. So you can be left holding the bag. Markets. The best case scenario is that you wake up tomorrow and Iran says, okay, we're going to sit face to face with the U.S. and none of us wants to see a world blown to smithereens and, and a terrible worldwide economic calamity. We're going to be the bigger person. Okay. As a first initial act, we're going to open up the Straits of Hormuz freely to traffic. And we've agreed to halt our attacks, probably not against Israel, but against the Gulf states and all that. And yeah, let's talk about the future. Hey Alex, you have that kind of situation, you're up 2,000 points on the Dow, you're down 20 bucks, 30 bucks a barrel on oil. What's the worst case scenario is come Tuesday, 8 p.m. Eastern time, it's let the dogs out, unleash the Gorgon. In which case, probably all the Gulf nations, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, United Arab Emirates, Israel, and the United States just go in and just blow the living shit out of the Iranian infrastructure. Iran gets missiles off to take out the west side of the Persian Gulf, and you have an environmental and a economic catastrophe of biblical proportions. That's the worst case scenario. In which case the finger pointing begins and other nations look, and China says, look at how you mucked up the world. You know, you should be on the hook to supply us now with oil at a reasonable price. It's because of their unreasonable actions of the United States that the world is in this situation now, and we're not going to bear the brunt of it. And, you know, that's it. That's the worst case scenario. In that type of scenario, software doesn't matter anymore. AI doesn't matter anymore. Food matters. Drinking water matters. Desalination plants, the 13 desalination plants in Saudi Arabia are wiped out. 40, 50 million people, 35, 50 million people have nothing to drink. Yeah, you know, who wants to push the go button on that? Who wants to push the go button on that? Well, I don't know if it'll ever go to nuclear conflict, because this is as bad as a nuclear thing. So, do I personally believe that the president is willing to go that far? I do not. So he's beating heads against the wall down there in the State Department, the Department of War, and saying, I want a third option here. I want an off-ramp. Now, if the off-ramp might be, okay, you guys didn't do anything to help open the straits. We're out of here. You guys deal with it now. We've neutered Iran. They're not going to have any nuclear capability. Mission accomplished. We're going home. And then Israel probably just at the end of it all, just implodes. That's it. Well, I think that they see that now, but at the time, I'm sure the engineers are working triple time to get work out pipelines to to Haifa or whatever. He tried to delete his. That's why he fired dozens and tried to deter his. I'm not sure, but I know, like I said in my video yesterday morning, you signed on for it, generals. You signed on to be warriors and people. Oh, this person, Barron Trump, should serve, or this person should. We're not in a draft army right now. If you're there, it's because you volunteered to be there. All right, so you take the licks. All right, and there might have been 12 generals that said no, but there's probably 82 that said yes, we can do, Mr. President. That's the difference between it. Right. Anybody that joins the military and expects it, and I have a daughter and son-in-law on active duty, anybody that expects that it's just going to be a cakewalk and it's a push-button war, well, you better think again. Oil is still hanging on. I'm not sure. China's not that dependent on that. They're not advisors, they're generals that are capable of leading troops into war. And if you're incapable of carrying out the directives of the commander-in-chief, then there's no place for you in the military. So I'm 100% behind that. Bye. China started eating US and every damn brand. Yeah, but you know, but the difference is, Patty, is that they paid fair compensation for that factories and stuff. Right? They didn't extort it out of the United States. I was there in the 1990s helping negotiate joint ventures between Canadian and Chinese. They had the opportunities, but they didn't have the investment capital. And they would say, look, we got people here that are earning 50 cents an hour. In your country, they're making 18 bucks an hour. And you had people in Canada and in the United States like, sign this up, man. Refrigerators, TVs, tchotchkes, games, clothes, yeah, put it all over there. So it's not like we extorted it. It's not like we forced them at the point of a gun to outdo us. And now we're at a point where you look around, how much steel do we actually produce? How in the hell can we build ships? And people told me we had Boy Blue here. Oh, the United States, it'll do great or whatever. And, and I tell Boy Blue, where in the hell are the shipyards? Lockheed Martin wants to quadruple their production of precision weaponry. Where are they going to find? They got thousands of job openings right now. How do you find people that can pass a drug test? Or they can put the blue wire on the missile where it's supposed to be and not where the red wire goes. Yeah, well, Truman also fired Douglas MacArthur. Sometimes the president's got to do shit that shows who's in command. Yeah, Patton got killed in a Jeep, just a freak thing. He was pissed that Omar Bradley was put above him. Because in a lot of ways, Omar Bradley came up through the ranks and had humility and humbleness. So, now, ladies and gentlemen, who really knows what's going to happen? I'm just saying, find me another time in the history of the world, maybe the Cuban Missile Crisis, when we were toe-to-toe with Russia. The two people, the fate of the world rested on two people, Kennedy and Khrushchev. Now we have the fate of the world rests on less than a handful of people now. Are we going to be as fortunate as we were that Khrushchev backed down? Well, he was deprived of the oil he needed it was given to Montgomery. So Montgomery could make a triumphant entry into Palermo. And, politics will always play a part in war. Always. Yeah, nothing will change deja vu because human nature never changes. The day you change human nature is the day that you have a chance of the world reinventing itself. Let's get to, I don't eat trout. I don't eat fresh water. I only eat deep water, cold water fish. I'd like to get some crabs this week. I am having crab withdrawal. No, I don't like fresh water. I don't eat freshwater fish. What's your stance on between Trump and I have no stance on it. Oh, nice lingcod, man. I look at my man, I got myself a big ass lingcod. That was a good 2-footer. 16-pounder, man. That was a big bastard I got. As I finally learned I had a double rig down there, and you finally learned when you get that first bite, you don't immediately reel up. You let that fish stay on the hook, and then that brings out the big lingcod that nails that baby. Heidelberg, Württemberg, so yeah. Yeah, Heidelberg, December 21st, 1945, yeah. So this guy finally moved his car over. One of the people that likes to park over the line so nobody else can park in this spot. A green alligator and a long neck geek. A humpty-back camel, do. Hey, Kelly. So we wait. I would say there's 75% chance that Trump just throws 70% chance that Trump throws up his hand and just said, "We're out of here. We did what we needed to do. You boys can figure shit out." there's always that 30%. The thing is, if we go the all hellfire, they've already had plenty of time to position all their missiles where they'll do the most damage to the Gulf states and Saudi Arabia, and probably Israel too. I think gas probably get back to normal. Worry about your own pussy, Shiva. I don't know if they'll go back to normal. We have too much of a, there's too much of a log jam. There's too much of a, you know, there'll be another IEA release tomorrow of reserves and equivalent to about 2 days or whatever, and it's just, no, the pipeline's been empty for too long now. The Board of Peace is in Palestine. I don't know why you keep talking. It's in Gaza. I don't know why you keep talking about a Board of Peace. That Board of Peace is only pertinent to Gaza. It's not pertinent to anything else. Israel. Well, if they do, then we will deserve everything that we get for having such a rocky relation, well, just for such a shitty relationship with Israel. Then, and I would say we put our money in the wrong horse. Used to fighting armed. Well, they're sure as hell in Lebanon. And a lot of them are terrorizing Palestinians on the West Bank. Seem to be doing a pretty good job of that. I just can't see Israel using a atomic weapon. Well, it's you're kind of running out of friends, right? I mean, strange bedfellows. I mean, you're in with the Gulf nations now. They're cheering you on. I don't think Israel ever expected to be sidled up to Kuwait and Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar and the UAE, but there they are. And as I said before, those nations might be dying to get in on the turkey hunt. They got unpatrolled skies and freedom to go in there with Saudi Arabia to flex its huge military there and just go for hell. No, 20% is enough to dangerously cause a lot of damage. 5% is the threshold for anything in economics. Once you pass 5% of any dislocation, that's when problem begins. 20% is catastrophic. And it's very hard to make that up when you're trying to feed what's already being fed. It's very hard to make that up. Yeah, it's a very trying time, Simplex, and here we sit on the sidelines. I'm just flapping my gums. Just flapping my gums. I'm going to block the other one. Well, I'm not particularly worried about Yemen. They've already seen the terror that can come down from the sky, and they don't want to have that over all their infrastructure and shit. They've seen Tehran get the shit kicked out of it. Isfahan, all the other major cities get their shit kicked out of them. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Alan. The worst case scenario is you have 50 to 75 million people that have no drinking water. So you want to be the president that's associated with that? When it's time and the turkey shoot is on, nobody restrains themselves. You can't always be doing things and waiting for congressional approval. That's why you usually brief the top leaders of each party, the majority and minority leaders, and tell them what you're going to do. Yeah, whatever you thought, at that point, deja vu, whatever can go wrong goes wrong. That becomes what's called the FU moment in war. And I don't know if we're prepared to cross that bridge. If we do, I would say it's effectively the end of a lot of civilization as we know it, so. There'll be a lot of very angry people in the world. They're people, they don't deserve to continue. Yeah, system's normal, all effed up. It's yeah, they murdered 45,000 people, but there's a 250,000 to 500,000 people that are just biding their time, waiting to hit the streets and cheer and ring bells, and their moment of liberation is at hand. As I said this morning, they didn't just go home and change sides. They went home and said, we'll just bide our time a little more. There's a lot of people within Iran that can't stand that, just waiting for that shit to come a cropper. No, Dr. Frankenstein, we've taken our shot now. Now we just have to play the cards we have. We have two pair, and we're trying to draw to a full house. The cards are out. Now we're either going to go all in on the poker table, which we already did, and hope that Iran doesn't call. I call. All right, boys, lay down your cards. What do you got? What do I got? I got a beer coming. That's what I got. Yeah, but like I say, the president can easily say the strait's not our concern. Too bad. We went there to annihilate Iran's ability to procure a nuclear, to develop nuclear weapon case. It's done. It's won. We're going home. Those of you who need the oil, you all work it out with Iran. And that's a very viable strategy. And it's a very attractive off-ramp for the president. It says, you know, you allies didn't stick with me, so that's your problem now. Comes home, military comes home, everybody's waving flags, the U.S. is producing a lot of oil. Well, I think we'll agree with one thing. Whatever world order was before February 28th is now going to be dramatically reshuffled. You can throw out the game book of bases overseas and you know, military alliances, all that stuff. It's like we just crossed the Great Divide on February 28th, that the world will never be the way it was on February 27th, before I took off that fateful morning for the East Coast. And clicked on my news. Oh well, here we are. We're in it now, baby. We are in it now. No, I think we lost allies because they're too afraid of their indigenous Muslim populations. England's up to its ass in alligators, so is France. Their whole society has been destroyed by rampant, uncontrolled immigration and unwillingness of people to integrate into society, costing them dearly. I don't need to be shackled to a corpse. Boy, it's quiet down here tonight. Woo-wee. No, VW, you're falling into the MSN world. Of radicalism for the sake of radicalism. I'm in the world of real politics. I see the anti-immigration rallies in Ireland and England. I know how the nation has been fundamentally changed in the UK and in France. Well, I don't have TV, so there you go, VW. I'm not a TV watcher. I'm an avid newspaper reader from 17, 18 different sources a day. I don't think people ever hear me mention Fox News on here. shoot everything you get your hands on, both sides. That's the way we were raised. Now it's an impossibility. So I consider myself one of the last centrists in the world. I wonder if this restaurant opened again here. They trying to make a go of this old fondita. Well, I've showed you how it's very easy for the president to declare we've already won and come home. I don't have Facebook. I don't have any interest in running a lot of different social media and stuff. It's not my whole thrust in life. Everything all of us expresses is always our opinions. None of us can be sure of what's going to be happening coming up. But we take our best guess. We lay out the options. You might not like some of the options, but I lay it out as real politics. That's a possibility. People seek out usually the news sources that reinforce their own preconceived prejudices. I challenge everybody to widen the scope of their reading. News sources. I've noticed there's just a natural jealousy that Fox News so dominates that, naturally people aren't going to like that. It's a counterpoint to all the unbalanced shit on The View and all this Morning Joe and all this crap that, just people need to seek out balance. I grew up in the days we had true journalists, not advocacy journalism. In other words, I never knew whether Walter Cronkite was Democrat or Republican. I had no idea. Nobody even cared. Now all anybody cares about, what's your politics, man? What's your agenda? What are you on about, mate? There is no journalism schools anymore. Now you got Ellison bought Paramount, that shithole, that goof bought Warner Brothers, and his dad Larry Ellison must be the biggest dope in the history of the world for a allowing his son to overpay for a piece of junk like Warner Brothers. Larry boy will rue the day. That cake was amazing. I've already eaten a quarter of it. I'm sad to say. Actually, I'm not sad. I enjoyed the living hell out of it. It was as delicious as could be. Oh, if you only make it once a year, you really enjoy it. Let me tell you, Kelly, it was tremendous. We're going to take a look at it right now. Let's get those thumbs up going. It's like, Roosevelt, you are so fine. Oh, yeah. There it is. Look at that. I already knocked hell out of that thing. Man. Aces. Aces. We're going to wait till to see if Blackbird shows up before we feed you. Cats are cats, babe. Cats the musical. Memories all alone in the moonlight. I've got paws for hands too. What do? I scratch the living shit out of myself. I don't think we need a fireplace. We don't need day glow action. Yes, 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 yes. There we go. That's it. Our love is alive. And so it begins. Do, 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 do. Foolishly laying our cards on the table, tumbling. Wherever you go, whatever you do. Yeah, I gotta whiz, guys. Sorry. I gotta whiz and get back on my peanuts. Look at how nice my garden looks. I put the cat litter box out now so they would take a dump in that. My hands. Let's get hydrated and grab a brew. How are you? Please, Rosie, do. Have a brew, baby. Have a brew. Man, I do enjoy intelligent conversation. Let's get that 12AX7 tube lit up. Imagine all the losers.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at Coast to Coast.
Coast to coast, baby. East of the Rockies.
This is Warriors basketball on KSRO, brought to you by Malm Fireplace Center. Malm Fireplace Center makes a house a home.
When this was recorded at the Tiny Desk in 2009, and they start off with the song Laundry Room.
The story behind the song. Hey everyone, this
Cast is presented by Bet365, where winning.
We have nothing.
Not alone.
Homelessness is a very, very complex issue, first of all.
Donald Whitehead leads the National Coalition for the
All
Homeless.
right.
He says nationwide.
We're going to hear about that homeless, baby. Drain the bacon.
He also says the stigma of unhoused has traditionally focused on those who suffer from drug addiction or mental health challenges.
It's a lot broader than people suffering from mental health or substance abuse issues, which is...
You know, it's Easter. I'm going to have a shot, too.
If you will. And mostly that's enforced by people encounter on the street.
It's a time in the octave of Easter that we're supposed to feast.
Or people with substance abuse and mental health issues. And people see that as a moral failure, but really it's a structural failure. It is a failure of our system to provide for the needs of
It's
people
the system,
with mental
man.
health and substance
It's
abuse
always the
issues.
system.
Now, the whole population is much broader than that. We have an estimated 1.5 million children in families that were counted by the Department of Education as people being homeless in America. We have our veteran population that makes
Thank you.
20%.
I don't know if I'm going to have Maker's Mark,
Of those who are unhoused in this country
cognac.
are 55 and older.
We haven't had cognac in a while.
There is a large proportion of people that
Friday
are
night,
which means that
we
they
cracked
have,
open the Four Roses.
been successful at some point in life and lived independently, but all of a sudden they couldn't afford what is the biggest underlying cause of homelessness. Underlying cause of homelessness, I mean, is the lack of affordable housing. Now, it is also overrepresented by people of color. African Americans, for instance, make up 13% of the general population, but 40% of the homeless population.
And Adora says the stress of living in uncertainty made her have empathy for many who are working homeless like she was many years ago.
Especially for women, it's completely glossed over the fact that we still have an internal system that will operate whether you are housed comfortable, cold, hot, clean, dirty, or not. It's still going to happen. And all of that stuff costs.
I'm afraid we're getting to ready to think I'm in shock.
Wrestle through things and trying to figure out your budget on are you going to spend $20 on food, or are you going to spend them on tampons, or and where you're going to shower to change all
Yeah,
these
this is
things.
Delilah's sister.
Some people I have found, I've had friends
Hey,
that
Dirt
had,
Level, yeah.
that were living in their cars in college, and they got like a Planet Fitness gym membership just so
This
they
is
could
FM, but
use
Berkeley's the
showers
50
and
miles away.
change in a place where they felt comfortable and seemed semi-homey in a way, just so they can get to work. And mind you, I don't think a lot of people realize as well that in this country there are more people that are actively working and experiencing homelessness.
Do what you always do, Shiva.
That fit that actual stigma of, I'm, strung out on drugs, or went to prison, or,
Just make sure to be sanitary. You don't want to leave your mom with that mess when she's washing the sheets every week.
The stigma. There are way more people that are actively working 2 jobs even. 2 jobs even. Like, no time to even sleep when you're worried about being homeless.
Whitehead says the system so far is feeling the most vulnerable.
Well, I was looking
Dr.
at the
Frankenstein.
numbers as far as HUD, and the numbers show
If
that
you go to the
homelessness
Rosie
is at
Murphy
its
channel
highest level we've seen.
and the Rosieokelly channel,
The demand has jumped
and
since
you
last
put
year.
New Sea Angler
And from where you
into the search box,
what
you'll see
has
5,
changed most
probably
recently
maybe
that
6 deep sea
has-
fishing
that has
adventures.
caused this jump?
So
I don't give a
I'm
shit about
a
wrestling.
Controversial here because I don't know if everybody shares this opinion, but I've just done some research on criminalization.
I enjoy
And
team
the fact that
sports.
We have 320.
Yeah, that's my AT&T modem.
That because I asked myself the same question: what has changed? So a couple of things. We're dealing with economic.
I've never watched a WWE event in my life.
In a recession, people are being laid off. Many people didn't make it back from COVID. Their jobs.
I got great wins with music, cinematic, Dr.
We
Frankenstein.
also have the dramatic increase in housing costs.
I don't consider WWE living a little bit.
30% increases year over year for the last 2 years. And then you have the effects of criminalization. Now that's where the controversy comes in. So we've seen 320 communities create ordinances since last year after the grants passed Supreme Court decision that make it basically illegal to be homeless.
I don't know how I was able to get there, but 9 minutes later, somebody else's child wasn't able to get there.
There was a phone call that changed everything for Adora and turned her life around. You can hear that part of the story by
Yeah, I'm not going to be into the scripted bullshit.
on iHeartRadio, the Color Between the Lines YouTube channel, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Esther Dillard.
Thank you, Esther. If you or someone you know is struggling with housing issues, help is available. You can visit the National Coalition for the Homeless or call 211 for local support services.
VSOP, baby.
The Esther series next week. Now, we get commentary from Roland S. Martin.
The opinions, beliefs, and viewpoints expressed in this commentary are those of the author and do not necessarily represent those of BIN and its founding partners and employees. Now it's time to bring the funk with Roland S. Martin.
Is anyone shocked that the United States would be one of 3 countries to not vote accordingly or vote yes for the Ghanaian resolution calling the transatlantic slave trade?
I had a Nighthawk for years.
the gravest crime against humanity.
Oof.
123 countries voted in favor. 3 countries voted against it. The United States, Israel, and Argentina. 52 countries abstained, including the United Kingdom and European Union member states. Now, why are we not shocked? Because the people that were most
Yeah, I think Kelly's like live a little bit. To me, that's a night in hell to go to a
the
WWE.
resolution is not legally binding in UK, America, and other places.
What a fitting tribute. If it was good enough for Napoleon
Because what we have to
on
understand
Easter,
is that when you talk
it's good
about
enough for me.
the transatlantic slave trade, and then when we start talking about colonialism, imperialism, and how countries like the United States, England, France, Germany, Belgium treated African colonies, then you're really getting into the world of history and why we have problems today. When you think about the Berlin Conference, when they just decided we're going to carve up Africa, the existing borders in Africa were created by white Europeans. And so this Ghanaian resolution, while non-binding, really is important because it lets us know
No, I can't throw you through a table.
where people really stand. I'm Roland Martin on the Black Information Network.
Thanks, Roland. And tune in for daily commentary from Roland Martin and James T. Harris right here on the Black Information Network. This year is the 250th anniversary of the United States, and various activities are going on around the country to tell the story of how African Americans played a part in the founding of our nation. BIN News anchor Mike Stevens joins us now with one of those little-known facts. Mike.
All right, thank you, Mike. Dr. Larry Watson is a professor at HBCU, South Carolina State University, with some interesting insight into Black and American history entwined together in a way that many of us really never learned about.
Rowan and Martin.
We are so glad to have you with us on the Black Information Network, sir.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you on this segment.
Yeah, this
Kelly,
is
I'm all about this,
topic.
honey.
We have often said in our news that Black Americans have fought in every war or conflict in this country, including the first one, the Revolutionary War. But apparently there is more history than that available now, and it connects to South Carolina. Please explain.
There were more than 5,000 African Americans that fought for the United States Army, for the Continental Army, for state militia during the main phase of the war.
I have no idea where the hell it's made.
1781, 83. South Carolina, of course, which had a black majority.
Probably made in Bangladesh.
Significantly large number of African Americans fought with the state militia. Even though officially the state did not want to use African American troops, and in fact, there were.
I didn't think you were into it, Kelly.
Officially, but unofficially, they did. As they served in all kinds of
Yeah, Goldie Hawn.
Like a battle, people that have guns and fight.
Happy Easter, Alan, by the way.
Part of what they do. You have black laborers who carry supplies, who work the camps, who cook. You had support people who carried ammunition, who kept weaponry together, who built defenses.
Yeah, they were
roads
teamsters.
together. You had African Americans who served as spies, who gathered information.
That's where Teamsters came out of, the Civil War.
To the Americans. And you had those who actually were drummers, who actually kept the units together.
Bringing all that ammo and shit down.
So you limited to just keep those guns who were shooting at other people. Then it does not tell the story of the African American involvement.
Hey, inspecting.
More revolution without any of us.
Cheers, everybody.
And I keep saying colony because they become statesmen. They were a significant part of their United States Revolutionary War.
Here comes Peter Cottontail, hopping down the bunny trail. Hippity hop, do 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 do. Homer, you warmonger.
Black came back into the army when they actually raised black units. So that rolled down Negro resident was an all-black unit in Washington. They were Continental soldiers. So that was
Hey, Scottish, how you doing?
officially out and officially in.
Just having a nice hangout tonight. We had a lot of action earlier. Down the rabbit hole.
African Americans in the unit officially, except for Virginia and South Carolina. The motive was freedom. African American soldiers typically fall on the side that gave them the greatest opportunity of freedom. In fact,
freedom! I like my distilled spirits in beans. It's the octave of Easter, meaning this Friday I can indulge in all the meat I want. It's a beautiful thing. Oh, Shemay must be so tired. It's a busy time of year for all the clergy. Oh, that cognac is so good. So good. Oh, man.
Nuclear missile. These are not people you can let sit idly by. And so the president made a great case. I thought he detailed it really well, and it was necessary. And I think anybody objectively who's not just rooting against America because they hate this president, which sadly for some people, I think for everybody else watching.
Happy Easter, Steve, from Chattanooga, Tennessee, man.
For why we're doing this. And
how you doing, brother?
Narrow focus, and it's not going to be lasting much longer. Gas prices will get down, but the world's going to be a safer place, especially America's going to be safer without a nuclear armed Iran.
I would agree. I think it was needed. I did appreciate the fact the president laid out the history very quickly, but he laid out the history. And I like when I was in the Marine Corps, there were many of my friends that were in Beirut when the barracks were attacked. So I think it's important that Americans are behind these attacks consistently against the United States. Yes, and as you pointed out, the capabilities they had going forward. So one of my questions for you on this,
Elmer, I don't know, man. This dude's like high all the time. I don't know.
In the Middle East, want to make sure
why do the birds keep on singing? Why do my drawers like to fall down? Don't say no, it's the end of the world.
Some of our NATO allies truly disappoint us, which is a whole other conversation, Tony. But Israel stepped up, and you're seeing Middle Eastern countries that you would have never thought would be in this fight against Iran. All of you, think about this, Donald Trump has united the Middle East against the main, the evil.
I'm leaving you in my will. I'm tweaking it, and you're in it. No, don't do that. It's done. You're in. I don't want to be.
Call TRA for a consultation.
Dominant as there was, and I think he is certainly a top 5 quarterback for me.
Man, I hate to talk football in spring. I hate that shit. Ain't nothing on, man. I'm gonna listen to that old broad Delilah tonight. Oh, man. Rosie, she's younger than you are. How you like me now? Yeah, I gave my love a cherry. What a beautiful Easter night. gotta have something on. I'm down one channel. I must have knocked the speaker wire off or something. I gave my love a cherry. Yes, we're down the speaker wire. Oh man, when did I run over it? I can't even pull it up.
Most reliable Wi-Fi based on
Every time you buy gas, use
somebody like me.
I mean, what would it take for all of our audience listening? What would it take for you to believe that your brother was the sinless Son of God? And you can put yourself immediately in the place of James.
Sort of versatile player, a big assist guy too. So he's key. Anytime Kevin Durant's on the floor, that's what.
In your winter, the light.
Five things where you rank it.
Yeah, Friday's terrible. We can't get any KPFA, man. I get gas just listening to that, man. I'm here to drink, just relaxing, been chilling, listening to your great show. Where? Yeah, Baltimore, Maryland originally. I'm in Santa Rosa, California now. Oh, man. Bluto smashes a guy. Yeah, that's the beautiful part of that whole movie. Melody watched that movie, but she didn't have any comment about it. She said, I had to go watch that movie to understand what you boys were talking about. I gave my love a cherry that had no stone. I gave my love a chicken that had no bone. Until love at the river. That's a long, long time. You know what I mean? I had guys I went to college with that were like that, and the girls would just sit on the steps and just swoon. Oh, Frankie, oh, it just makes me want to cry. Puff the magic dragon lived by the sea and frolicked in the autumn mist in a land called Honolulu. Little Jackie Jerkoff. Do 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 do. I was growing up and you all get together and we sing them drinking songs? Play with the Roy Clark Big Songbook. Rolling, 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 get them doggies rolling, rolling, rolling. Eastbound and down, keep on trucking. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Jenny, how you doing, babe? Let's see. If ever I wonder if ever I'm I love these islands, I haven't always songs of the islands. If ever I wonder if ever I'm far. I did that in honor of Island Jenny there, baby, in the great state of Hawaii. Oh, P.E. man, another swell's coming your way. Oh, P.E. man, another swell's away. Oh, P.E. in the sun. Oh, P.E. get your hat and run. Oh, P.E. man, another swell's coming your way. I'm driving. I'm Gary Pahanui. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, Waikiki. At night I can hear the dog calling. Oh, Pee-hee man, that's it. Grab your hat and run. Oh, Pee-hee man, another swell's coming your way. You sing like an angel. Way down in Kentucky, my mama told me, you grab that cup and you pass it to me. And down in Kentucky, we made that moonshine, and we passed it all around the time. Now give me that old Mountain Dew. Jug and I fill up my mug with that good old Mountain Dew. 100 likes. We got the tone deaf among us tonight. I much as a girl, should I say, she must tonight, man. It's just that little cognac's hitting me. Happy Easter, everybody. There's Craig. Happy Easter, Craig. Man, I wish I could sing that with Willie Nelson. Only 4 chords. It's so, yeah, it's easy, man. He's bound to me at the rolling of his voice. Rest assured, you troubadour, and a man shall leave his home, and the other shall leave his wife. There is love, love, love. There is love. Oh, then what's to be the reason for becoming man and wife, if not to be where whenever two or more are gathered in their hopes were fast as lightning and do. I'm cooking with you tonight, Callie. Let's get naked, babe. I heard a brother. I miss my dad too. Yippee-I-O, yippee-I-A, yippee-I-O. Man, if I could have just sung with Johnny Cash, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Rosieokelly on the guitar accompanying it. I heard of red-eye cattle. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. La da da dee da ba da ba 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 do ba do boo boo boo. Ding 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 dee dee dee. My favorite's still the big massive church organ. I was able to play that last Wednesday when I went in and did some electrical work, so that was nice. How about Hop Along Cassidy? Do 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 do. How about happy trails, Craig? Happy trails to you until we meet again. Man, I went down to the Museum of Western Movies in Lone Pine, California. It's on 395, which is a rarely traveled route on the east side of the Sierra Mountains of California. Let me tell you, it's where a horrific earthquake came and flattened everybody in their sleep in the middle. I don't know how many people, it was a shitload of people died. Anyway, they have that's where they shot all the Westerns in the 1920s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, was out in what they call, it's a park now, it's called the Alabama Hills there, with all the outcroppings that the bad guys would come behind, the big boulder shootings, stagecoaches would come through. This was better than Donner. I've done a lot of coverage on Donner Pass. I did a lot of videos up there of the Pioneer Monument and all that. But they had a museum of Western history that is, love Virginia. How you doing, Rosie G? Nice, West Virginia representing tonight. I love Virginia, love it down there. And this museum had like Dale Evans' costume from Roy Rogers on it. I mean, this chick was had a body of it. Had to be like a 9-year-old if you all remember me back in the day, I could have gotten about half that top over. That's the only thing I could look at. That's the only thing I could think when I looked up at that. I was like, are you kidding me? What was this? This chick was like a size 0, like 5 feet 1 inches tall or something like that. Holy smokes. Shit, here I am built like a brick shit house, Hey Shimei, how you doing? You pound the living hell out of me, right? I mean, you look at this chick, wow, you're getting into Westerns, Craig, that's cool. How you doing, Shimei? Happy Easter, honey. I'm having a little bit of libation tonight. I'm enjoying the octave of Easter here. I have all week to make merry. Yeah, they were smaller, but holy crap, man. If you go back and look at my video on the Museum of Western History in Lone Pine, holy smoke, once upon a time. Yeah. Who shot Liberty Valance? The Beverly Hillbillies. Open up their hospitality. Hills, that is, swimming pools, movie stars. Brought to you by Kellogg's Corn Flakes. corn sitcoms back in the 1970s. They're Petticoat Junction. I'll take all y'all. Billy Joe checks all the boxes. Bobby Joe. Betty Joe. The old lady. Yeah, the Beverly Hills slot machine. Jenny, do you remember Mr. Lucky, which was a Chinese menu? Oh, you're very lucky. We go to bonus round. Pick one appetizer. Pick one soup. Pick one entree. Pick one dessert. Now we go see. Then it became like politically incorrect to have Mr. Rocky on the thing. Oh man, I loved you being Bernadette. That's it, Steve. Do you remember Mr. Rocky? Oh, we go to bonus. They pulled that machine. Oh, I used to love that. I wish there would be a casino that just had all those cool old ones like Mr. Rocky. Yeah, any Clint Eastwood is a good time. Yes, especially High Plains Drifter. When they painted that town red, this is what I like to get good story writing. They painted that town red, and they had a picnic table set up with a banner, "Welcome home, boys." You talk about some of the weirdo shit from the West. Oh, they do? Okay, Jenny, I'll have to check it out. I just didn't see it, hon. When are you going to come downtown and hang out with us? I was disappointed. I remember Slots of Fun 25 years ago was fantastic for coin in, coin out. Now it's just like, I don't know. It's so depleted looking in there. Just so damn depleted. Ooh. Yeah, I'm telling you, Judy, if you've never seen the Danish Symphony Orchestra's rendition, yeah, I'm not surprised, Buttercup Baby. If you've never seen the Danish Symphony Orchestra's rendition of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, you are missing one of the greatest symphony experiences. Put headphones on, earbuds, or whatever, and listen to what the Danish Symphony Orchestra does to The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I mean, it's mind-blowing. Dozens of people have done reaction videos to it. It was that amazing. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Yeah, the flute, but it's not even a flute. Dr. Frankenstein, some kind of weird other, it's like a gourd or something the guy blows on. And then my favorite guy is the guy that plays the chime. Ding. You know, the chime on there, absolutely fantastic. It is flawless. This beautiful little Danish conductor, she's in there doing it up. Do you remember Fritzy? Of course, yeah, I remember Fritzy Cat. It looked like a gourd. It looked like this round thing. Ooh, wah, wah, wah. And the other guy, ooh, wah. You know, it's kind of weird. I never saw an instrument like that. Now, it wasn't a pan flute, because I remember, you know, The Lonely Shepherd by Zamfir. Breathy, and then the other guy had a whoo, and then they have a girl doing the wah, 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 wah. I mean, it's an amazing, I mean, I've seen a lot of renditions of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, but I've never seen anything that can even come close to this performance by them. It's staggering. How you doing? Hey, Blonde, Rhonda the Blonde. How you doing, babe? How are you, sweetie? I miss Vegas. I don't think I ever saw a Broadway show in Vegas. I saw Chorus Line. Do 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 do. One. Singular sensation. Every move that she makes. Do 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 do. One look and suddenly nobody else will do 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 do. I'll tell you sometimes, guys, I've looked at a girl and said, yeah, I got to meet her. And I get that devilish little glint. Hi, I'm Roosevelt. Nice to meet you. Shit. Oh, man. It's the octave of Easter, guys. Ooh. Ba, ba, ba. That means Friday I can have meat. Have you ever heard the song Deo by Aaron? Deo! Deo! Daylight come and she won't go home. Day! That one, the laser wolf to tell you. To sidle a daughter, my wife, to do it. There's something to drink about, something to think about. Stink like I am to life, do. God would like us to be joyful. Even now our hearts lie panting on the floor, do. Man, no, I've never seen Cirque du Soleil. No, I can't afford the tickets to that. Fiddler on the Roof was excellent. If I were a rich man, electric guitars, soprano, yeah, ocarina. It must have been the ocarina. Well, yeah, the chime, ding. The guy on the chimes, that Danish Symphony Orchestra rendition is just it's mind-blowing. The cinematography on it, I mean, they didn't pull any, I mean, it's huge. The soprano it's singing, it's just a beautiful thing. Do you like Bob Dylan? Yes, it's on YouTube. Just put in Danish Symphony Orchestra, Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. You will have an experience, Dr. Frankenstein. It's equivalent to me on deep sea fishing. No problem, bro. Great human. Well, thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Thank you. I just play by ear. My first love is the organ, the church organ. That is my real passion. How does it feel? Ooh. Oh man, Dr. Frankenstein, if you got headphones or earbuds, stick them on before it begins. You'll thank me for it. And I love all Clint Eastwood shit. I always told people it takes an Italian to make a good Western. You know, Craig, it's good to be retired, but I get up early anyway, between 5 a.m. and 7:30. So people always say as you get older, doesn't time speed up for you? No, if you get up super early and go to bed at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, your days will drag like you can't believe. I only want to be down for 6 hours a night. That's it. Simplex, I made vlogs for 7 years dancing around in a kitchen at 5 a.m. in the morning. Ooh. Yeah, he took it, and on a cheap budget too. I mean, imagine the good, bad, and the ugly without Lee Van Cleef. Impossible. Angel Eyes. I mean, the casting was absolutely perfect. I think 3-hour intervals. But that Danish Symphony Orchestra rendition is, there's nothing that even comes close to that. Yeah, Clint Eastwood. My favorite would be High Plains Drifter. Yeah, thumbs up or appreciate, guys, if you haven't hit the thumbs up, right? They had no budget out there. They didn't want to pay anybody anything for those movies. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, noteworthy performances. The girl that whistles and does the wah-wahs, the soprano singer. You got to understand that theme from The Good and the Bad and the Ugly has several time changes within the score. And that's what makes it an amazing piece. It changes its complexion through that symphony performance. It's amazing. It is absolutely amazing. Yes, Shimei said, Shimei, how was your Easter season, hon? I was at Holy Thursday, Good Friday, and the vigil service. Wonderful, wonderful, beautiful Easter season. Not making, yeah, they were cheaper. Anything with Gene Hackman in it is worth watching. Tragic how Gene Hackman's life ended. That just makes me sick. To end up in all that filth and hunt the virus, and your wife goes down, and Angel Eyes. Yeah, Lee Van Cleef just amazed me in those movies. He never got much work in Hollywood, but holy shit. The beautiful thing about The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly and the High Plains Drifter was how little dialogue there was. People didn't talk each other to death. Did you notice that in that movie? It would be like one sentence. And then they had to do through expressions, like in the High Plains Drifter, when they had to go in and get a shave and the guy's hand shaking. I mean, wow, we're talking about cinema masterpieces on a shoestring. And I would have taken you guys out to Pyramid Lake where the town of Lago was built, but they burned it all down when they were done. That was it. In the final scene when they lit fire to the whole son of a bitch there. That was it, up on Pyramid Lake. Ooh, wah, wah, wah. Barbed wire before I would have been. I know you were probably really busy. Yeah, it was almost a silent movie. That's why it was so good. Yeah, I'm definitely streaming tomorrow. We're going to be out in Sebastopol tomorrow. I'm enjoying every night in the octave of Easter here. I'm going to go pick me up a big-ass steak and cook it up tomorrow night. Friday night, I'm going to have a big-ass steak. This week, you're allowed to cut loose and enjoy the hell out of life. I wish I'd gone. My daughter's in Vegas at the Paris this weekend. I wish I'd gone down there. No, they're not made like that, Judy, because everything's all overproduced now. Imagine how much restraint it takes to have minimalist dialogue in a movie, because you didn't have to explain anything to anybody. It's like just the visuals in it. I love that minimum, and I'm a big talker. I've been talking all the time. I talk. Yeah, TCM. I don't have TV, so I don't know. But make sure you hit the thumbs up button, guys, if you're enjoying tonight. I think it's been a wonderful Easter tonight. I'm just enjoying a little bit of cognac. It's the 8 days where we're allowed to imbibe and enjoy with abandon, and that's what I'm doing. Ooh, wah, wah, wah. Ooh, Turner Classic Movies. I remember when George Clooney's uncle was the host for it. Ooh, a classic movie. You don't like sleeping in. No, I don't like sleeping at all. 6 hours, that's it, man. I'm up, my feet are on the ground, and my days are long AF. You should get a pack of, look at Dr. Frankenstein. I'm afraid if I started smoking again, I'd be like, back on a pack a day. That's great. The Israel places of many Egyptian rulers of our pyramids. Elmer, I'm just thinking one of these days in Germany, you might get synchronized with the chat, bro. I don't know. I got no idea what program you're running. But I can tell you this, your program is all cocked over right now, okay? I mean, what am I talking about? The 10 Commandments? I mean, what the hell am I talking about? Get the menthols from the Drayton Casino. That's great. Get the Cools and the Salems. No, I'm not tired. I'm very happy today. It's just I've been working outside, so I'm very dark right now. Gambler, I'm 67 years old, bro. I'm allowed to start winding it down a little bit, so I can't wait to shove off from this mortal coil and into the next world. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Somebody's singing outside. Ooh, 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 wah, wah, wah. Ooh, ooh, wah, wah, wah. Boom, boom, boom. I'll tell you what, Dr. Frankenstein, you're really going to enjoy my deep sea fishing videos on both channels. Most people say, Rosie, you look very peppy and very in shape. And I'm coming back as a Chihuahua. There ain't no coming back, Steve. It's a one-way trip, bro, him. Why the hell is somebody singing outside? Oh, wow. Put my feet up for a bit. Ooh, wah, wah, ooh, wah, 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 wah. I think you'll be surprised who you see there, and I think you'll be surprised at who's not there. I'll be seeing you in, thank you, Judy. And I met Judy in person in old familiar places All right, take care. Thanks for coming in, Jenny. The close up and twitching a little bit, yeah. But could you imagine that movie with that Lee Van Cleef in it? I mean, what honest to God, Dr. Frankenstein, if he had more than 30 lines in that movie, you didn't have to talk it to death. I already played tonight. Lee Van Cleef was amazing. He was a boring guy in real life, but he had eyes that could see right through you. And him in black. Don't fall down. Damn, I lose more damn picks. You should try harmonica. Some people have a neck harmonica while they're playing. I really have no interest in the guitar or the banjo. Like I say, once you're on the, you play a piano and then you step up to 3 different keyboards and pedals on a organ. How can you ever go back? How can you ever go back? I mean, you got so much shit going on. You got a whole symphony orchestra right there with all the stops. I want more trombone. I want clarinet. I want flute here. I want to swell from the upper to the lower register. I mean, that's as grand as it gets in instruments right there. It's not like you can just pack it up and take it with you. Oh, man, you know what, Dr. Frankenstein? My brother introduced me to Rick Wakeman in 1977. He was a Rick Wakeman nut. And I would fall asleep to Rick Wakeman down in Ocean City. Forget the London, man. And there you want to show. I don't do Jack Daniels. I don't favor Tennessee whiskeys. I don't like charred maple wood flavor. I like the charred oak. I favor Kentucky bourbons. That's where my family's added down there, and moonshiners galore. So you got George Dickel, Jack Daniels. They're all the Tennessee whiskeys. Jim Beam is a great, solid shelf bourbon. So what do you think, guys? I'm thinking at the end of April we're going to make our return. I'm praying that it's not hot down there. I almost died painting, but I got to finish painting this house. I gave my love a cherry that had no bone. That Thursday I was woozy on that ladder, man. I'm like, whoa, that sun in my eyes is blasting me. I went to high school in Cincinnati. So it was natural to get Jimmy. Oh man, I'd be in the grave if I was living in Kentucky on the Bourbon Trail. I bought a $50 bottle of small batch Four Roses Select. The people in the chat practically shit themselves when they saw the bill at Costco. $50. But you know what? It's Easter time. I know. People say I never stopped. I never stopped moving. Never stopped talking. I can if I ever sit down in a recliner and just click on the TV, I'll be dead within a year. That's why this Rancho is so good for me, because it keeps me so physically active. It keeps me in shape. Well, we might be just on the brink of hot, Judy. We may not be totally broiled there. Because I got to get some color on that. I took all that time to give a two-tone Buster Brown shoe thing. So I need a light tan to be in the middle there to offset it. And then we need to do some landscaping because I don't like it to look ugly down there. It should look beautiful. So I think we're planning. I'm going to stop in LA first and spend a couple days with my daughter. And then we're going to head up the hill to the high desert. My TV went on by and I didn't drag it at the end. I don't miss TV. Yeah, thank you, Gambler. It's like my local priest here said, it's good what you do here. I said, that's the only thing I'm good at is God gave me two hands to fix stuff. I said the word shit. Sorry. Oh, bye. The only thing I do, Father, is I can fix shit. I mean stuff. That's it. Don't forget, start saving your shekels for November. We have the 4th annual fundraiser for the food program, and this is going to put us over $50,000 over 4 years, if you can imagine that. I got the greatest chat on planet Earth. I got the greatest chat on planet Earth. Oh, this neighborhood. 5,000 people per square block. Keep an eye out for Russell's Reserve Bourbon, 10 years around. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. You know what I enjoyed? Heaven Hill. I'm going to be honest with you, Dr. Frankenstein. That stuff packs a hell of a wallop. All right, I'm going to get a glass of water real quick. I gave my love a cherry that had no bone. I gave my love a turkey that had no stone. Love you. All right. Oh, looks like the futures are up. Oil's down. That tells me that cooler heads are prevailing. My parents, I prefer white liquors. Well, if it's bourbon, it has to be barrel aged. Yeah, I tried out Friday night. I gave that a blast. I put that into the rotation. My best friend and I stroke loss vision right now. I know you will send a prayer. Yes, I will, Mark. What's your friend's first name? I can't send up a prayer without putting it in the prayer book for Mass tomorrow. What's the name? When there used to be an Easter egg roll. Did you see my video this morning, Magda? Magda's like, there used to be an Easter. Tell me I don't love Magda, you know? Shit. That's some funny shit, man. Oh, damn, Magda. Shit, you come in with the hydrogen bomb, don't you? Shit. Yeah. Look, I like Heaven Hill, but it packs a wallop. It packs an absolute wallet. Art sorry, what does that mean? Art sorry. Oh, okay, Art. Yeah, I'll put him in the prayer book tomorrow, the Book of Intentions. Yes, of course. Of course, you know what? And I'm likely to remember it. Yeah, I'm celebrating Easter. I'm there every day. This is what intercession is all about. Doing on behalf of others. Yeah, I'm cooking all right, Kelly. Why don't you drop your drawers? This ring, so I disconnected the cable, that's it. Hey, how you doing, Wickfee? Did I find the prize egg? No, I didn't go out on an Easter egg hunt. I was relaying the story of my young days at home with the unboiled eggs, the hard-boiled eggs that were a disaster in family history. I gave my love. Honey, I dropped mine for years on here. Come on. I gave the body that would not be believed. So be kind, Kelly. One thing nobody ever said about Rosie, that Rosie was shy. Not according to your email. Hey, look, my emails, I give what I get, babe. Holding your brother. I'm going to tell you that story in a minute, Dr. Frankenstein. I'm going to have half of one here. I'm not going to abuse the system, but it is Easter. Cheers. I don't know what it was, Dr. Frankenstein. It was something in the air in Baltimore, but when you were raised on the streets of Baltimore, you had like this streak of violence in you that I don't know what it was. And when we were young, I'm talking about like 6th, 7th, 8th grade, we had a game called Whipperoo, where you would pick one person to start out, and they had to put a paper bag over their head. They couldn't see anything. And then the other people would take off their belt from their pants, and they would take the buckle in and then beat the person that was wearing the brown paper bag until the person was mercifully able to just lunge and tag somebody out. And then that person had to, you get the picture. And yeah, it was often a bloody mess through school, white shirts, and it was a bloody mess. But we always laughed our toothless grins, you know, and had a good time. And then one time, I'm up in my friend Ed Eby's house there, and it's like August, and it's like 155 degrees, and they got the big house fan going. And this thing, they're staying in this room. Right? I don't know how you sleep with a Boeing jet engine at night. And we started wrestling and stuff. And this one guy gets the other guy's head. This fan's about 3 feet. Well, it's a whole house fan. It's probably like 3/4 horsepower, right? This thing is really whipping, and it has no shroud on it. And we're trying to take each other's head and jam it into the blades. I mean, we could have lost it. We could have had our heads cut. There wasn't any plastic at that time. Everything was good old American steel. And this fucking guy looked like Martin Luther, right? What they call a tonsure, his hair got caught and there's blood and shit. And we're cheering and everything like that. Holy shit, we were savage, man. I'm embarrassed to say, I've had people write me and say, you're sick, you're demented, whatever happened to you in Baltimore, it affected your life. It did. You want to see my junior high school yearbook again? The only thing I cared about was the girls. That was it. And they all said, Rosie, we want to sign, Roosevelt, we want to sign your yearbook. I said, well, you got to be good looking. I don't know. It's a wonder nobody died. I'm just saying, but nobody gave a shit. My friend's family was 8 kids. And who's going to notice one's missing at the fucking table at night? Sorry. I mean, who's going to notice if one is missing? We look a little imbalanced on the bench tonight. No, Pop, we're all here. Okay, let's eat. I mean, it was bad, Dr. Frankenstein. There's probably still blood stains up on that, on where the shroud would have been. No, I didn't watch that, Magda. I was at the Easter Vigil. I was at Holy Thursday services and then Good Friday, which I think is the most beautiful service of the year. And then last night I was at the Easter Vigil. So today I just kind of, I'm enjoying the octave of Easter. This is usually the time of year they play the 10 Commandments. Dun, dun, da, 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 da. Movies from I mean, in general, I watched it. Yeah, I've enjoyed Lent. I participated heavily in the Holy Week services, so I feel really good today. And this is the week that we're supposed to enjoy and cut loose with reckless abandon. So I might be a little more reckless this week. Oh yeah, I don't got a Blu-ray. I'm trying to get stuff down here. If you talk to Linda, could you tell her Happy Easter for me? I don't know. She might be a pagan. I'm not sure. tell her I said Happy Easter. She hates I'm in Vegas a lot, but that's okay. Yeah, Edward G. Robinson. Yeah, it's a great. It's a Cecil B. DeMille production. Probably better than Where Is Your Savior Now, Moses? See you think. What the hell's Elmer's like? Always running his own program. Elmer. Elmer, did you see that I shook the president's hand? So, the markets tonight are telling me relax, enjoy Easter. I would like to see the Moses party to see. I like the scene where they raise the obelisk in Cairo there. Magda probably liked that too because there were a lot of sweaty guys pulling ropes and stuff. Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying the market's telling me that there's nothing to worry about right now. I mean, people expected the market to just crater tonight. No. You'd have to be some kind of dope to, to push the button to shit on it all. I'm much more worried about software and AI than I am about oil. When it goes down, that's great too. That is time to buy. Easter balloon. You know what, Elmer? I've lived 67 years, bro. I never heard of a freaking Easter balloon. I don't know what the hell they do in Germany besides play grab ass at the maypole. I have no idea. Large-breasted women carrying many beer mugs. I have no idea what you all are about over there. If you do Easter balloons, you do you, boo. But as for me, I'm going to get that thought out of my head. They have the thing that goes around that the girls slide off of with their dresses, right? Guys are looking up their dresses. Look, Carrie Glass, I travel a lot. The price of gas concerns me a great deal. I don't think that tags me as a loser. Yeah, the Sanhedrin. I'm just saying, have mercy on the little people. Yeah, I cut the cord. I just have AT&T for very high-speed cable here, so that's it. We'll get one of those good jobs and make... Look, man, I worked my ass off last week. I still have another day ahead of me, Carrie Class. Don't tell me work hard. Bro, you couldn't do the day I do. With your lily white ass sitting at one of those engineering jobs. Let me buy a few gallons of fuel at a time. Oh, the good children are wearing this. They have that Dr. Frankenstein. You ever seen that wheel that spins and they get all the pretty girls and they sit them at the top of it's got a slope on this thing, and they spin out and their legs are up in the air and the boys are getting all giddy and shit from looking at the legs. I think that's what Elmer's talking about, the spinning thing where the Fräuleins are on it and everything. My Easter bunny balloon, yeah. Yeah, the Devil's Wheel, that's what it's called, the Diablo Wheel. And the boys love that shit. They're watching the girls, and the girls like it too. Whoever can stay on the wheel. That stuff is really funny. I've enjoyed the hell out of watching that. I don't, you're not going to see anything, but I'm just saying it's funny to see the people. I wonder if Elmer was ever on it. I wonder if Dr. Frankenstein, do you ever think Elmer was on the wheel? Right. Yeah, those girls get a little torqued up on that thing. That's a good night to pick up people. I got a second cell phone. I think I'm just having a liquid dinner tonight, Mustard. I don't really see myself having any, I'm in the octave of Easter guy. I'm supposed to celebrate like a wild Israeli here tonight. That's it. I think I don't know what the hell he was, man. He had the probes attached to his sack or something. Beef, it's what's for dinner. Yeah, if you got money. Is there anything happening tonight? I don't know, Kelly. Maybe I'll do a strip show for you. I don't know. 8 days I get to make merry in the octave of Easter. Beef is a luxury. I'm sure you're only saying that because you drank. Well, what have you ever done for me, Kelly? Let's be real. The portfolio I get from women in here, and then compared to your dribbles. Let's be real, babe. As far as Elmer is concerned, he's so far off the reservation. I'm going to have a grandson and a granddaughter probably born on the same damn day. Just like my sister and brother. Man, the acoustics are such, you feel like you're right on the street here. Yeah, I don't, you know what I mean, Dr. Frankenstein? I have no idea what the hell Elmer's on about with balloons. Maybe he remembers my blow-up balloons from, I don't know, TikTok days, where I made Easter super memorable for some people. I don't know. See what you saw from 99 to... I don't know what it is. I just... Elmer... Elmer is so far off the East German reservation. I gave my love a cherry that had no stone. I gave my love a chicken that had no bone. And that's the boo-boo-boo. A long, long time. I hate folk music. Can't stand Joan Baez. I'm riding on this city of the world, and I go from one of Alabama, and I got you in Texarkana. You ought not talk like that. Eastbound and down, keep them trucking. We got that. We got that. We got a long way to go in a short time to get there. Yeah, Judy is great fun. She's a good sport to put up with all of my bullshit. Eastbound and down. Oh, man. I saw the funniest YouTube short a year or two ago of the trucker outrunning cops in LA on that. And their sirens are gone, and this guy is just rolling down the road to eastbound and down. Damn, what a memorable experience. We got low to Texarkana. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right, guys, we gotta feed the cats. I think they've waited long enough. They've been very patient tonight. I don't like the cats. I'm not a cat person, yet I take care of business every day. Oh, you mother. We got food from Auntie Melody here. Thank goodness for Melody. And thank you for Angus Kisses for your kindness. Angus Kisses sent money for cat food. And guess what? I got a whole big ass bag of cat food. Oh. Out, you pixies. No cat goes hungry on my watch. Do you mind? Do you mind? Oh, wow. Goliath, do you mind? You better get out there, you dope. Come on. Oh, man. We're going to have a long talk with your mama. It's going to be hard to do with my mom. April 13th will be 26 years. All right. Actually, it was Good Friday. Who's hungry? Skywalker. All right. Be cool. Don't hate me because I'm good. This is from your Aunt Melody. Otherwise, I would let you starve to death. And Angus Kisses was kind enough to buy the big dry bag of cat food. Don't make me trip here. I had to put the litter box out so the cats wouldn't take a dump in the planter boxes. Fish head stew. Always a favorite. Since your Uncle Blackbird isn't here. All right. Why is your fur all wet? That's random and weird. We gotta water these cacti. No, you're not getting a special food tonight. Nope, no one. Not a word. God, I gotta get the water refilled. Guys, you're lucky it's in the octave of Easter here. Which means I'm in a good mood. Simba, I'll give you something special. Not that you deserve it. Because you're waiting on it. There. Don't bug me anymore. Anybody want some cats? Look at Magic all standoffish over there. Look at that. This ain't gonna end well. Whoa! Grass is always greener. Look at this one. better not, you little dope. Oh, look at this little monster. Huh? Same little monster. As always. Yeah, I give Simba special treatment every single day. I give him special food because he's on the permanent disabled list there. Does he look happy? Hell yeah! Goliath is an eating machine. Yes, he is. There he is. Look at him. All he cares about is eating. That's it. That's all you care about. I want you to vote for me for president. That's it. That's Goliath. Who gets to wear the crab skull? It's like the daily thing we do. Who's the crab skull today? Right. Magic is always here. Are you kidding me? With the grub that we lay down here? I'll tell you what I've discovered though, female cats are very, very hard to get along with. Males are easy. Males recognize that I am the boss. We'll wait for Tiger to come in, that little fat little bastard. Buttercup, oh, don't be mean to Tiger. Tiger's special. He is. Tiger is special. Hey, Seraphic, Merry Easter to you, babe. I'm in my drinks a little bit tonight. We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Eastbound and down, keep on trucking. Fight your sack, do. You've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Oh, by the way, I had the Miracle Whip last night. I really enjoyed it. It's nice and tangy. The 16. I love him so much. Oh. Do you want a backup cat, Judy? Which one would you pick if you had to? Would it be Goliath, Sherman Meow, Magic, Simba, Skywalker, the handsome one? Or would it be Rosie, the meaner than hell one? Or would it be Tiger, that little bastard? You would pick Simba, okay. I'd probably take Goliath. Because Goliath is going to end up being about twice as big as the other cats. He's a big boy, so anybody that says, oh, those cats don't eat well, they're all over the neighborhood. I see Tiger up at the neighbor's house on the front porch. It's like he's guarding the food bowl. I was like, you fat little bastard. Here you are. This is your home. I'm not liking that. I'm not liking that. All we ever did when I was young, we just played. And up in Texarkana. He's spelling down. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Loo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, hermit crabs are the best thing to have. I want to get a dog. A big lab or a Chesapeake Bay retriever. I want something that's going to defend me, man. But I got to be here. I can't. It's not fair to a dog to, I mean, you got to be able to take care of it. The true crabs are, they have a very short protection. Yeah, there's more. Oh, man. Guys, what a great ass stream tonight. I think I'm going to call it a night within the first night of the octave of Easter. You know what? This week I get to have meat on Friday night. Enjoy myself. Because this is what the Lord wants. The 8 days of Easter to celebrate. Dance to the music. Thank you to Judy, to Ronnie, to Scottish Saren, and Seattle Judy. Thank you for being here so much tonight, Shimei. I'm so glad that you had a wonderful, and Shimei is an ordained minister. God bless you, honey. Thank you for everything that you did for your congregation. I know you had a lot of stuff going on. And, I was thinking about you a lot, Shimei. We're so happy to see you back again. I'm so happy after a joyous Easter. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. If you haven't hit that thumbs up, let's do so now. Thanks, everybody.